Okay. Alright, we got a 5-minute. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. I hope you find yourself doing well this weekend on Saturday, April 2nd of 2022. So, got a good one for you today. I ran across Mary on YouTube. I believe I was searching near-death experiences or some sort of experiences, and I ran across her channel and connected with it pretty deeply right away. And there, it's just it's really, really interesting. She's had multiple shared death experiences, and as well as a lifelong experiencer, she also has had pre-birth memory a little bit, some out-of-body experiences, and much more. Mary, it's great to have you on. It was amazing that we were able to get this going so fast, and we had some great conversations privately, and I would like to welcome you to the show. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me. This is incredible on my end.
Okay, I think maybe, I don't know if your mic is blocked or not, but it sounds a little distorted.
I don't even know where the mic is on this.
Okay. Actually, that's okay.
Any better?
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that actually did seem to clear it up a little bit. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was like sometimes like a shirt can block it, or who knows. These things get finicky sometimes. So I'm sorry. So again, welcome to the channel, and I'm really glad we're able to set this up, and I'm really looking forward to it. And I know everyone else in the chat is as well. Everyone's saying hello to you.
Oh, hello. This is my very first interview, so I'm the one who's honored that you would even ask me to do this. So thank you.
Yes.
I just started that YouTube channel when you found me. That's what's also incredible about it. But that's how the universe works. Kind of interesting, isn't it?
It is. It is. Yeah. And I connected with your videos about and we're going to get into this, about your dog and your mother, and just really connected with it. And I'd like to kind of start with maybe a little like in your book, which is titled Face of God. You have a chapter about a glimpse at life prior to birth, pre-existence. That's in chapter 3. You mind sharing some of what you recall of that?
Oh, sure. I recall all of it. Like, I wrote the book back in 2012. I just had an overpowering feeling that I needed to give back to creation and to thank creation for the gifts that I was given. So I sat down and wrote that book.
Great.
But I do have a glimpse of my pre-existence. And without even reading the book, I'll tell you what's in it. Okay. I remember sitting like in a park-like environment with some other women, just kind of like if we were out on a picnic at some beautiful area.
Was there any water nearby, if you don't mind me asking?
Where I was at?
Yeah.
Oh yes, there was water. Okay. There was a stream. There was a stream of water to where it wasn't just a stream. People were literally like floating over the stream. But I wasn't there. I was by a tree with grass.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just had to ask.
No,
can't let that one slip by.
But all it is like a slight memory that I was obviously allowed to remember coming here. And this is what I remember of it is I'm going to call him a master. He was male. He was older. I wasn't old. I was young. You know what I mean? My girlfriends, we were young, age-wise, maybe in our 20s. And this older person, white hair, beard kind of guy with a robe, or
Typical.
his attire. That's why I call him a master. I don't know who he was, but anyway, he was someone of prominence. And he came and he specifically asked me to volunteer to come here because the balance of good and evil had swayed, and I was asked to be on the good side, obviously. So, and I remember some of the girls that were there, one especially, she was like, "Are you crazy? Why do you want to go back to that place?" Okay.
I like her.
I remember saying, "No, okay, yeah, I'll do it. I'll be right back." Okay. And that's all I remember of that. It's just a very short amount, but I remember that, and I'm in my 60s now, and I still remember that. So why I was given that to remember, I do not know, but I guess it's important for me to help me be who I am.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. It's pretty what I would excuse me, what I would expect through my years of research. It seems like again, there's like these missions, and they're tapped to go in and like you said, help with the balance, and depending on previously held belief systems and lifetimes, it could be some sort of spiritual religious direction as well, like with Buddhists, like, oh, you got to keep coming back until you clear the whole place out, and rid it of everything, and etc., and liberate everybody. So that there's always different things that seem to pop up, and it just depends. But I find it interesting. You're sitting there in a park. You're young, you're vibrant. That's another thing that seems to pop up regularly, is like most are not aged. It's like this young, vibrant look, feel. Sometimes there could be different clothing, time period clothing as well, or not. All different types of things. And then you have the water, which is a big one, but we're not going to delve too deep into all that. But I find it interesting that you had those components there. So yeah, it sounds like a mission, at least in my opinion. But okay, so was there anything else you wanted to add about that? I mean, I know it was kind of a brief mention in the book.
The only thing I remember is my hair was pretty much the same hair that not that I have today. What I have today is compliments of, wash that gray right out of your hair. But anyway, when I was younger, when I was the age that I was in that park-like setting, my hair pretty much, that's the way it looked when I was a teenager. So I find that interesting. I just remember the hair for some reason. I don't remember the clothing I was wearing, but I do remember the hair.
Cool. So do you remember ever talking about previous existences or past life memories at any point when you were a younger child? Like, did you ever talk to your family, parents, friends, loved ones?
Yeah. Well, I was raised Catholic. Okay. And I'm from Northwest Indiana, where a lot of the steel mills are, and Lever Brothers used to be there. It was, what do they call that? The armpit of the nation, because of all the manufacturing, which obviously not too much of that is there left these days. But growing up, that was the place where, if you were a blue collar worker, you wanted to be. So, and in the community that I was from, which is Whiting, Indiana, there was a lot of parochial schools. So I'm still friends with people that I actually went to nursery school with, but nursery school wasn't parochial school, but then kindergarten that was in the parochial school. So all the way up to the 8th grade. And when I was younger, I remember having a dream where the Virgin Mary appeared to me and she was in our garden. But I mean, it was as real as whatever, you know what I mean? We had a garden in the backyard next to the garage. And, you know, a lot of people, they planted their own food back then anyway. So it wasn't very big. It was maybe a 10 by 10, 10 by 20 by 20 area.
Sure.
But but the Virgin Mary appeared to me, and I was young. I was probably like kindergarten to first grade-ish. And I remember telling my mom, you know, about my dream, and I was abruptly told to never mention that again. So, yeah, I was pretty much conditioned that you do not mention that in public. Okay.
Sure.
Which was interesting because when I moved to, we'll get to that. But when I moved to Las Vegas, I kind of used some of my spiritual gifts as ways for people who were knocking on doors to go away. I figured I'll just scare them off. Well, anyway, one religion, you know, I mentioned that to them, and they were like, "Wow, that is so cool!" And it just shocked me that someone was so receptive to it because, yeah, I was pretty much raised that you don't talk about those kind of things.
Yeah, I think that's common. That's very common. People see all sorts of weird things, and then you know, given what you were, you know, basically born into, religion-wise, that doesn't surprise me at all that you saw it, and it also doesn't surprise me that you were shut down and made to stop talking about it, because that's one of the biggest problems we have in our society is this, especially since the hyper-materialism has set in. It anything out of the norm is, you know, shut up, sit down. You're not seeing it, you know, on and on and on, and it closes off that side of us that, you know, wants to be honest and talk about different things that we may have experienced. Now, Virgin Mary is an interesting one, but I also find it interesting that it was in a garden. I mean, you know, the all sorts of weird stuff can happen in a garden and around trees and big plants. Like, so yeah, I mean, and it lines up that you saw that in relation to some of the things you were surrounded by. It goes, that's how this type of stuff usually seems to work. Not always, but most of the time, given the, you know, like, we're sponges for this information, we're surrounded by it, and then in my opinion, the Matrix delivers that experience based on belief systems and retention of information that we pick up over the years. So,
you know, Mark, I listened to your video that you recommended with Wayne Bush yesterday, and yeah, I personally believe that we are all one, that we are all part of a big conglomerate, you know, so we're all joined together somehow. And you call it the Matrix, but when what you were talking about how, like, waves, the energy, that just so resonated with me because of law of attraction and how we attract these things to us and what have you. And nowadays, I do feel, and a lot of people are reporting this, to where, and I've been studying things probably because of what was given to me, what I was born with, or what have you, and what happened with Cookie, with my dog when I was so young. You know, I mean, I had a lot of questions like, what is going on here for real? Anyway, about how our planetary system, you know, our sun and the solar system, we actually rotate, not in a circle, but and every 25,000 years, it's like I guess that's what it takes for a full revolution. But the further we go from one area, like, the stupider we get, and then the closer we get to another area, the smarter we get on this revolution. And I'm not quoting it exactly, but it seems to me like the truth that we're looking for is available if you really look for it. But right now, it seems that on this revolution, to where things are materializing and coming into our being so much quicker. Like, I call it manifesting. If you want something, it shows up out of nowhere almost instantaneously. And that was not something that I experienced when I was young. But now it seems like every year it's more and more and more, which is so sad because the world that we're in right now, people are good deep down inside, and the majority of people, but gee, how do I say this? I think what we're experiencing is also their creation. And what people
your video went out.
Oh, are you there?
Yeah. Could you just hit stop on your video and then start it again?
Okay.
You're just frozen. There we go. Okay, now you look good. Okay.
I find it troubling because the world that we're experiencing now, with all the confusion and a lot of what's coming out, which is horrific. Anyway, I think this is, people have, because of that being quiet, because of them not being able to express who they are, because of not accepting truth and special spiritual gifts or what have you. And even people I know who saw UFOs, I never have, but I do know people who swear that they saw a UFO. And one was even an airline pilot. And he told me that he is not even allowed to even mention it, or else he'll lose his job. So I think that has hurt this environment. And now I'm just happy that a lot of it is starting to come out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this reality, or this realm and adjacent realms, needs to be exposed. What's going on here is appalling, vile, disgusting. And of course, yes, there's a lot of good that goes on. There's a lot of good, great spirits, souls out there that, and some are with it and some are still lost. And I like to say often that, everyone wakes up when they wake up, and it may not be that this incarnation is the time for whoever out there who is asleep. Or you never know, they could have a mass awakening the last 10 years of their life, last couple years of their life, and everything could change for the better for them. But the problem is we get lost when we come here. We get lost in this cycle over and over and over again, and our memories are wiped time and time and time again. But it is what it is. And, all we can do really is work on ourselves, try and talk with others, openly about these things, to those who are receptive and willing to go back and forth about it, share each other's opinions and thoughts about what they feel is going on and what they feel, how it pertains to them and maybe the collective, et cetera, et cetera. And that's the best we can do. But the one thing I like to say often is that don't put energy towards, a person out there who doesn't care, doesn't want to listen, or all they want to do is fight and argue and are stuck in like these, I'll call them matrix constructs that are put out there, these talking points, like everything you hear on the mainstream news and et cetera. I mean, it's just, all you'll do is just waste time and energy, and all we got to do is to really, in the end, take care of ourselves and talk with those who are receptive. So that's like one of the biggest things I try to push is, our energy is precious, our time is precious, and we need to direct it towards areas that are worthy of our time. I mean, I just call it blunt, like there's no waking someone up who, believes a lot of the provable lies that we see throughout life. So, and there's a lot of them, but anyways, I digress. I'm sorry, you want to put a closing thought on that one?
Yeah, what you say, it makes a lot of sense, because someone, he explained it in these terms. He's trying to buy a seat for like $500,000 to go up into outer space to see whether our Earth is round. And someone that's going with him is claiming that the Earth is flat, okay? And I don't know if this is true in what he's saying, but he did make a good perspective. He says, he goes, sometimes you just can't convince other people. He says, because the person that's going up in this flight with me who thinks the world's flat, he says, well, how am I supposed to know that they're not like putting an image on our viewfinder to make it look round when it's really flat?
Well, I think they do. They do.
Well, they might, but the point is, regardless of like whether you think the Earth is round or the Earth is flat, you could always come up with some type of reason for why your belief system should still be true, even if there's a lot of evidence showing that it shouldn't be. So I think it's more important for people to be open-minded.
Yes.
And just search for the truth that resonates well with them. And unfortunately, some people just aren't very open-minded. And so I don't think you're going to change them at all. But that's their burden. And I that's another thing. You mentioned to me that I had been through a lot, and I guess I have, but hasn't everybody on this planet?
Yeah, they have. Everyone, I think everyone's been through shit, and there's just different varying levels of shit. So.
Yes, and but what gets me is I see some people that are so hardened and so bitter because of their thinking. Okay, they don't accept. I don't think they have an open mind, and because of that, they're so firm in their beliefs that I actually see a bitterness in them, and it's sad. Yeah. So, that's until that changes. That's another issue about this planet. But like my mother. Okay, she was a good woman and a lot of people liked her, but when it came down to like my father and, me and some other things in her life, she was very, very bitter, and you couldn't change your mind to see the good in anybody in that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, it's just, that's the way it is. That's maybe why I could relate to people who have closed minds and are very bitter and very upset about stuff, because I saw it in my own family. So,
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think again, if it's stepping overboard or anything like that, you just tell me at any point. Seemed like a lot.
I don't care.
Okay. All right. And you did write a book.
One day I'm going home, and I'll get to go sit back at that park-like setting with my girlfriends again and go, yeah, I told you I'd be right back. So anyway, I'm not worried about it.
Well, Mary, I hope if I have anything to do with it, you won't, but...
Okay.
And sometimes...
Well,
that's
seriously,
for another...
no, I'm certain that you bring that up. I was kind of bored. I mean, it was just kind of like hanging out, doing nothing. So, to me to come here was like, yeah, this isn't a great place to come, but I really wasn't doing anything.
Yeah, and that's why we got to, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, as far as eternity goes, I mean, all right, yeah, I'll go do it. Okay, so what the heck? So, I don't know.
Yeah, see, like my whole point of everything I put out here is to transcend that, like get past that. I think basically there's this whole conveyor belt. If we can, I don't want to go too crazy on this because everyone listening knows, and we had a private talk about this too. But I think, it's the whole conveyor belt system that seems to be very blatantly occurring once you kind of look at all the experiencer data and how a lot of them cross over, especially the ones like pre-birth memories, past life regressions, the life between lives, and then even a bunch of other experiences too that where people are meeting up with beings that are familiar to them. They don't know them in earthly terms, but they connect with them in a huge way. They have overwhelming feelings and emotions for them, and they know that they know them, but there's a disconnect because they can't relate it to their earthly life. But we'll leave that at that. But I think the whole purpose of what I'm trying to say to everybody is like, let's transcend all of this. Let's just get past all of these realms that are linked to here, because there seems to be a ton of them. And that's why I really do believe this is a whole matrix system. There's like, you have the earth realm, and then you have the astral sub-realms of control that link here. And then I don't know, but I'm pretty well convinced that there's got to be other physical realities too, like what they claim to be planets, whatever those are. I think they're just probably other realms. They could even be other physical realms. I don't believe that they're linked in the whole system that the way it's told to us. But that again, we can go off on a whole 30-minute, 40-minute, couple-hour conversation just on that alone.
I'm not going to dispute one way or another, but I did go to Purdue University to graduate as a chemical engineer, and I did do a lot of environmental work. So the engineering, there's a lot of scientists who are looking through telescopes and studying a lot, and they're not the only ones that are coming up with certain things. You know what I mean? So I do believe that there's a lot that we don't know, and if it's all part of the matrix, as you put it. But I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
Have you ever heard of the teachings of Abraham?
Are you talking about Abraham Hicks?
Yes.
Yeah, no. I mean, I've heard of him, but yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I got to be careful. I can't really say much about her. She tends to get a little picky with legal battles for people that talk about her, and I don't have good things to say. I'll leave it at that.
I got turned on to the teachings of Abraham indirectly many years ago, decades ago.
Oh,
and with eBay, I found someone who had, I kid you not, probably 400 to 600 CDs of the different seminars. And I listened to all of them. And a lot of them actually made a lot of sense. But in essence, the teaching of Abraham, what I got out of it was basically, if you just go with the flow, things kind of work out. But when you try to fight and make things happen, and you had that in your interview that I was listening to yesterday with Wayne Bush, that basically if you just go with the flow, things work out the way they're supposed to. But if you try to do it your own way, chances are it's not going to turn out very well. So that said, I think everyone is given an opportunity to learn what they need to learn and to know what they should know when they're supposed to know it. And things are going to happen in their life when they're supposed to happen. And I think the main thing is trying to remain calm about all of it. And unfortunately, our world does not promote such behavior and such action.
Yeah, I think this is, we can branch out a little bit off this one. I don't want to veer off too much, but I agree that things tend to work sometimes more smoothly when you do go with the flow. But the way I've learned about this realm is that those are like more life scripts. That's what all the pre-birth planning and interacting with entities, which we can call the Council of Elders or the Ascended Masters or the teachers, or on and on and on, and how there's like this integrated connection on us making a life script with their input, which should be concerning in and of itself, that we have beings trying to guide us towards certain things. And well, lo and behold, what happens? Everybody has trauma here. How convenient. Okay. Anyways, before I don't want to go off too much, but I really think we, from my understanding, especially about the past life regressions, what I see a lot are that, it's life that is going to have trauma and messed up things occur. It's going to, of course, have good things, but there's going to be these reminders that stick out along your life, week to week, whatever, month to month, year to year, however these things, like something is supposed to trigger certain moments and reminders subconsciously. You're not necessarily going to know why, or, the whole detail as to why something is kind of distracting you or us, sending us down a certain path. but it happens, and it could be good. It could be bad. Most of the time, it involves us linking up with members of our soul group. But what I found the most helpful is like the more I diverted off of what, my, and ask questions off of that life script. Cause I mean, I'll admit freely, I was NPC like, always had a spiritual component inside me, always questioned a lot of things, but I was brainwashed by the system like everybody else, and it was more on automatic for a number of different things, not everything, but a lot. And I broke free of that as best I could, and I chipped away over the years, and then I am where I am today. And I think veering off of that life script is us empowering ourselves and really taking control of ourselves, and not allowing us to fall victim back to the life script that this whole system wants us to follow. Now, are things going to happen that pertain to our scripts? I'm sure you can't probably get around all of them, but I mean, I put forth regularly that, I disavow any and all life scripts, anything I am not fully, lucidly aware of. No, thank you. I'm done. It's over. Again, I don't want to ramble too much, but I am. I'm sorry. And the other thing about a truth, this was one of the most big, like probably one of the biggest revelations that I had over time, is like, you'll hear that phrase, go with what resonates, go with what connects. Now, see, I've found over time that, yes, there's a lot of truth to that statement, but that can also get you in trouble, or it got me in trouble, where I was believing in certain things fully, only later to find out that they were complete bullshit. Thoroughly was able to debunk something that I resonated with to the hills years ago. So anyways, I'll just kind of leave. I'll leave it there for that one. So.
No, I think what you're saying is interesting, because that's very unfortunate when people use their own intuition, their own feelings, their own belief system to think that they found the truth, and then to find out that it wasn't true.
Yeah.
My gosh, that just tears a person apart.
It did. It tore me apart. But you know what? It helped me learn better discernment. And I think that's kind of what this place really is about. It's like building that discernment, that intuition, that inner knowing, whatever we want to call it, and learning kind of how this place sets up so many different traps for us to fall into, or alternative information that feels good, resonates, this and that, and then sometimes it can steer us wrong. Not always, but the point is some of the things that I did thoroughly, deep down within me, connect with, I later found out was complete bull. Some of them were on this very channel, and the content's no longer up there because I can't in good conscience share information that I feel is wrong, or that I fell for, and then also shared with other people. I mean, it's like
well, good for you. Yeah. You should do that. But now that you mention it, when the people were knocking on my door, to join their church or whatever, and I thought, I'll get rid of them by. They were like, wow, cool. Anyway, so I joined that church, which is really good, because my divorce is in my book was horrible. And and I even mentioned that in the book, where they gave me some good advice. They said, look, don't take our word for it, pray about it. And I was told, so I did. And I was told, yeah, you don't have to join this church to be saved or whatever, but, you'll probably enjoy it. Okay. because they do a lot of good activities and stuff, and that I do enjoy. I do enjoy the parties, the food. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, but I don't go to church. And I had to quit going to church because this is what I noticed.
Mm-hmm.
When I go to church and I'm part of that group, bad things happen. But when I stay away from them and I only stay within my own little realm, and it's not that I don't have people in my life, but they're select people.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't experience bad things.
Mm-hmm.
It's when I'm around other people who have, for some reason, and I don't know if I'm picking up on the vibes they're giving off or what, if you want to call it law of attraction or whatever. But, and you know, what they're teaching in church, I disagree with a lot. And so I tell them, I don't agree with that, you know, and they're like, oh, that's why you should come. We need people like you to say something. It's like, no, that's not my job to tell you how to run your church. Okay. This is for you to figure it out. But this gets back to what you're saying. Someone said it a good way. Instead of like, when you're online where people are talking about what's happening and God's going to come and all that, you know, we're really our own saviors.
Yes,
and as soon as we realize that we're really our own saviors, I think that is a huge step forward. So I quit going to church. I still keep in touch. We still have lunch. People know that they could get a hold of me when they want to talk or share their problems. Okay, when they have problems, I'm a good person. Yeah, I'm a good. Well, no, I understand where they're coming from. Okay, but,
I like it. I've enjoyed talking with you. You're a great person to talk to. You're awesome.
But that's what I do notice. There are problems in this world when groups get together, and as a group, they endorse a certain belief. And I think if you start doing that, you might feel good to be part of a group. Mm-hmm. But if the belief that you're endorsing, I think you'll have plenty of evidence to show you maybe this isn't the right belief that you should be endorsing.
Sure. Yep.
And,
I mean, that everyone should. Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, a lot of religions aren't. Well, this one particular religion, which I don't even know why this happened, but I started getting emails from the FBI and the Department of Justice showing like Illuminati and the Rothschilds, and you know, even like the. I know. It was like an expose. Like I'm talking hundreds of pages. I got it somewhere on my computer.
Did someone send it to you, or was it? Yes, did you verify the email?
Yeah, I actually opened up the email and it came from a government agency.
I'd like to see that email. I remember you briefly mentioning this, but
I just thought. But see, I was doing my own homework when things started getting weird, and. And I wanted to know what was going on.
Sure.
And somebody decided to say, well, here, let's share it with her. And what I read, this is what was very interesting, is the church that I joined, one of their members, like high up, they have prophets, okay?
Yeah.
Took money from the government. And his name was in this.
In that document.
And I was reading it going, oh my gosh, now this is weird. So now with all the weird stuff that came on, that church has been promoting that their missionaries get jabbed. Okay.
We gotta be careful of this one.
Okay.
So I can't even talk about that.
I find it interesting that this information has been available and someone had it to where they actually shared it. So I think the truth is.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting, especially if they were in the document too. That kind of points towards maybe someone who works at the agency knowing you went there or go there at the time, and maybe you got a courtesy email. I don't know. Just saying.
Oh, it was a courtesy. Yeah. And I appreciated it because it opened up my eyes to a lot, to where a lot of people, and we're getting back to the group talk, okay? So where a lot of people think they're part of a group, where it turns out that maybe that group isn't what you really think it is.
Oh,
like your intentions might be good, but there might be more to it than meets the eye.
100%. Mary, if you could just tilt your camera a little forward. There we go. Okay, thank you. All right, yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, I mean, there's distractions and wrongdoers and deceivers and moneymakers and everything and anything we could think of happened. So,
Well, being I was raised Catholic, going back to that with all those lawsuits,
no,
happen. I mean, come on,
Yeah.
A lot of this is starting to come out nowadays. That I think it is important for people to be their own savior and to look inside themselves, and instead of following along with what other people are telling you.
100%. Yeah. Yep. And that's what I always say to people here. Like, there's no guru, there's no cult, there's no nothing. Go out, like, here's some information, go out and do your own research. Because even though I present tons of examples, I always tell everyone, go out and do your own research. You prove it to yourself, because nobody needs my channel. I talk about it, but nobody needs anything here. I mean, we have a good group of people. We have some amazing conversations. There's so many smart people that share things here, but all of us, I would say almost everyone here, does their own research and really, really digs into things. And that's the amazing thing about the whole soul trap thing. And it's pretty easily provable, but it just takes some time. And let's not go too far. I'd like to move along a bit, but yeah, it's important. There's no gurus, no religions, nothing. Just sovereignty and liberation. Using your ability to research and question everything. And then go back and question the things that you sign on to most. That was another thing that was really important on my journey. Is like the things that I really, really sign on to or really, really connect with. I'll go back and check those things and check them again and check them again. And that's how I kind of started realizing some of the things that I felt resonated back years ago. And then I would go and revisit something related to that topic, and then all of a sudden the whole thing would unfold, and then I realized, oh my god, I was taken for this biggest ride. So anyways, let's move on. I don't want to go. Okay, so yeah, thank you for that segment. Okay, what we're gonna do, Mary, I think it would be a good time to talk. Let's see, where are we at? We're okay, a little under an hour. All right. Maybe we'll hold off on, it'll probably be a good time to take a break, actually. We'll take a 5-minute break, because I'd like to get into your shared death experiences. And I would like to, really give us as much time as we need. I'd hate to break and then, in the middle of all that. So, yeah, we usually take a break every 60, 70 minutes. So we'll take it a little bit earlier on this one, but I really, really want to be able to give you the time that you need for that segment, because I know it's a tough one. So yeah, and I appreciate you being here. Everyone out there is saying hello to Mary, and it's great to have you. So yeah, I'm really happy you decided to join me. And as you can see, I got a little bonked in the nose, so I got Rudolph going on today. So, so you guys know.
I didn't even notice it till you mentioned it.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Well, I mean, I just keep looking at it. I can't help but see it. All right. Really quickly before we take a break, I wanted to give a big thank you to AA for the $2 super chat. It's a great station. Thanks, FC. That's very kind of you. Thank you again, AA, for all your support of the channel. That's very kind of you. And then there was also on Stream Elements a tip from Sub Sue for $10. Thank you so much, my friend. Greatly appreciated. All right, so we will be back here in about 5 minutes. Take a stretch break, grab some water, do what you got to do. And thank you again, Mary, for joining us. And thank you, everyone out there. We'll see y'all again in a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm here.
All right, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience during our break. And I would like to welcome back Mary. Mary, if you could just tilt your thing a little bit. The camera's a little off. There we go. Thank you.
Good there? Okay,
Looks
good. Thanks.
good. No problem. And so I wanted to get into your experience with Cookie. If you could maybe, I don't know what detail you kind of have. I know it's a very tough story to tell, and I want you to take as much time or whatever you need to tell it, kind of maybe like, what do you recall, anything about like that morning? Did you happen to have any premonitions or anything prior?
No, not a clue. I remember It was summer. We were out of school and it was hot out, it was summer. And I was just bored, and like they didn't have cell phones back then or anything. So I remember my brother, he used to like putting together models, like with the glue, like little model cars and airplanes and stuff. So there was a store that was maybe, I don't know, maybe half mile from our home that sold model airplanes and what have you. And so I thought, well, I'll take Cookie for a walk. I'll go get a model. I'll give us something to do over the weekend. All right. And, I lived in a residential neighborhood, but I did have to cross a busy intersection they called 5 Points, which is Indianapolis Boulevard. And then two other, oh my gosh, like a spaghetti bowl. I mean, they called it 5 Points, but it wasn't. It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like streets all coming into one. And Indianapolis Boulevard, that's Route 41 that goes all the way through Indiana. Anyway, there was a stoplight there. So me and Cookie got up. We stopped.
And Cookie's your dog. Yeah. Some people. Oh, your video and audio feed dropped out, Mary. I'm sorry. Do you mind just hitting stop video and then mute and unmute?
Her behind her, 5 feet at most.
I'm sorry, Mary. You cut off on us. I'm sorry to have to repeat that. Can you just hit stop video and then start video one more time? There we go. Okay.
Yeah, the internet connection went. Yeah, the internet connection went yellow. Now it's white.
Okay.
And it was red when you said that. So I'll watch that for you. Thank you.
No worries.
Anyway, the light turned green for us to cross, and she was maybe 5 foot in front of me, if that. She stayed by my side. I didn't see any reason to keep a leash on her. I mean, she stayed with me. Anyway, and I'm crossing the street heading north. So I'm getting the directions. I'm heading west, and to the south there was a car with guys in it who were drinking. Okay, and they decided to floor their car and aim for the dog, and they literally ran her right over. And and there was it was a busy intersection. There was a lot of people who saw what happened. So, those who were in their car got out or whatever. And the first thing I did was I went and I kneeled over Cookie. She had blood coming out of every orifice. And some guy came up and said, "You have to get out of here. This isn't safe. You're going to get hit." And I said, "I can't leave my dog." And he said, "Okay, we'll take her with, but you have to get out of here." And so he grabbed her hind legs and dragged her back to where we started. Okay. And then I got over and I just kept petting her, saying, "It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay." And then she died. But then I felt like a warm, not tingly, but it was like an energy sensation, but it was comforting and it was peaceful, like literally, like slowly, like just elevate through my body. And then I looked at her and she didn't even look like the same dog. I mean, her life presence was gone. And I remember some ladies were now there, and they says, yeah, we saw everything. You know, if you want to report the police, we'll be a witness. But, you know, I was like, you know, I'm a kid. I mean,
yeah.
like
You were what,
much.
12, right? Or 10?
I think I was 10.
Yeah.
I wasn't very old at all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I
So
definitely
horrible.
wasn't driving. You know, I wasn't even close to that. And, you know, there's, yeah. Anyway, so I drug her home and told my family what happened. And they weren't able to take it as well as I was, because I was at peace after she died. I'm not at peace of what happened. What happened was absolutely horrible. And the pain that she had to go through and that bleeding from everywhere, it was just disgusting. Okay. That some people would do that. I mean, what evil. Okay. All that is horrible. But that's even like when my mom died and I was with her. It's not that, it's just the blessings that I got as a result after that, that comfort that everything was okay. So I'm assuming she went to be back with creation. I'm assuming that the same way I had that experience when I popped out of my body, that was her soul or her energy, was now she was free. And so she didn't have that pain. And that's what I felt. But that got me at a very early age to start asking a bunch of questions.
I bet.
And
so
I believe a lot of this stuff happens for the same reason that, like, I remember my pre-existence. Okay. So, you know, maybe that was supposed to happen so that I would keep looking into stuff. I don't know. I really don't.
Yeah.
But that happened.
So you want to share like some of the details? I know you had this shared death experience. You experienced love. Like what did Cookie look like? Did she still have a dog form, but younger, or a different form? Was she just like almost like an orb? Like, can you give us more details on the actual shared death experience as soon as that started?
I didn't see anything. It was just what I felt.
Okay.
It was just the best way I could try to describe it is if you were like just standing still with, imagine your eyes shut, and someone took like a blower, but on very low, not to where you felt the wind blowing, but you know what I mean? It's just, and it was like warm air, okay? But it was comfortable. And just like started, like you're standing still and just started at your ankles and slowly, I'm trying to, like 6 inches, another 6 inches, another 6 inches, and then finally it just goes away, okay? And it was peace. It was comfort. It was, it wasn't air or wind. It was just like you just felt something. I mean, it was, but the best I can describe is like you felt air. But
you felt
like,
what? I'm sorry.
Air. Like you feel air, like air.
Okay,
A-I-R.
air. Okay, yeah.
Okay, but like who feels air? Nobody feels air. That's why I'm saying, imagine like if you had a blower blowing air, but you didn't feel the blowing of it. You just you knew like it was coming up and through. That's what I experienced with Cookie.
Gotcha. Yeah, it was that experience
Now
was.
you've talked to a lot of people. What was it? Was it that? I mean, I'm assuming it was her soul leaving her body. I can't think of anything else that it would have been.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's both, the experience with Cookie, and then we're going to get into the experience you had with your mother. They're very common. It's just, it's a couple things. I mean, like, I truly feel that this is kind of like, this is where it kind of gets a little wishy-washy, like where there's two or more possibilities. Like one is obviously Cookie trying to comfort you in your time of need, because it was a very traumatic incident. Okay. The other is that It doesn't matter who it is. Like, if you have a connection to something, a strong connection to someone or a pet or whatever it is, you can have a shared death experience with them. Doesn't matter where you are. Initially, when I first started looking into these things, I thought maybe it was because of the proximity of the person with the, whoever died. And so, but no, that has nothing to do with it. You can be all the way across the world, and your mother could die, and you can have a shared death experience with her. And sometimes you can even see like a life review, or you get the tunnel and the white light of love. It just all can vary. But what I think, this is like where it's tough to talk about these things, but I'm going to be as open as possible on what I feel is going on. I feel that Cookie's death was part of your life script and part of Cookie's life script. And so what happens is we live throughout our lives, and certain key moments appear or happen that are usually traumatic, almost always like on the traumatic side. And what happens is the Matrix, and in conjunction with the being that dies, or it is a construct, a copy of the energy who we feel that being to be. Now, I like with near-death experiencers, I personally feel that the connection between the person who's going through the NDE and, like, let's just say they see a deceased loved one, I think that there is a lot of phoniness there. Doesn't mean I don't believe the near-death experience. The person is absolutely experiencing it, but I think there is a system in play that can help replicate or give you the ease of that experience of whoever it is. Now,
you're more than willing to. I mean, I respect your opinion, but I got to tell you, I was there, and
of course,
I don't see that at all.
Yeah. So well, that's why I think it goes into two different categories. I think some are, if you're next to someone as they're dying, I think they're definitely, or not definitely, but more prone to be the energy of the being, because it just makes sense. You're right next to them. You're experiencing them. You connected with them. So yeah, no, I completely, your experience is your experience, and I respect it. My opinion is a little different for NDEs, though. That's kind of what I was saying.
Okay, well, you bring up something. It's in my book. Wait, hold on. Let me yell at the dog. Hey, go outside. Go. Come on. I'm in an interview. Go. For the rest of the audience, here, I have these two lovely daughters here.
There you go.
So I'm gonna have to shoo out of here because. All right. Okay, come on, out. Go on.
Sure, take your time.
Keep going. Yeah, keep going. Okay, good.
Hey, friends, hope you're doing well out there. Thank you for joining us. And we're going to be right back with Mary in a moment.
Yes, we are. Yeah, that's my life. I do love animals. Okay, so, but this bit with Cookie and where you feel something, in my book, this book right here, my book, Face of God, there's, when I was going through the hepatitis treatments, and I was on an airplane, that was really low. That Mayo Clinic took 7 people. Back when I was diagnosed with hepatitis, it was a death sentence. And I was pretty much told, you got 6 months, get your house in order because you're gone. And that was, oh my gosh, 1999, the year 2000, so 22 years ago. Anyway, Mayo Clinic took 7 people for this drug that they had to get safety data on, and 5 of them were hospitalized for the whole treatment, which was a year, because of how horrible this stuff was. I was not one of those.
Good.
And Mayo Clinic's in Scottsdale, Arizona. So for me, they allowed me to have all my blood work, and I only had to go in to see them like every few months. And on one of the times I flew in, and I was lucky. I'm so weak. Okay, that stuff was horrible.
Oh, we lost your volume, Mary. If you can hear me, yeah. Can you just hit mute and unmute? And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stop my video feed. Sometimes that helps as well. All right, I just heard a tap. You there with us?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, there we go. I'm going to stop my video feed just for a few minutes. Sometimes it helps as well. So I'm sorry. Continue about the Mayo Clinic story and the trials.
So anyway, I was on the plane, and I was coming home from Mayo, and I was exhausted. I was just so weak by then because I'd spent the whole day. I flew out in the morning, rented a car, went and did my evaluation, and I was heading home. And I was lucky to get 3 seats on a plane where no one was sitting there, so I was able to lie down. And I felt a hug. I mean, I was literally hugged. And so this bit with Cookie, where people have that, I do believe that there are good entities watching over us that aren't part of this realm. And for some reason, I just needed to know and to feel that I wasn't alone going through this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that was good.
Huge.
I think that's worth mentioning, and I think it's worth mentioning to all the listeners that when we're at our all-time low, we are given gifts, and we are given what we need, so that we know that we're not alone, if that makes any sense, and that everything's going to be okay.
Makes perfect sense. Yep.
And I'll talk about my dad. I want to talk about my dad because this was an interesting one. Okay.
Yeah. Could just 1 minute? I just want to make it just known that I feel that people do experience their connections with whatever it is, a human connection, a previous human connection, or a pet. It doesn't matter what it is. It's some sort of energy transference. And then I also think that there is a replication mechanism that goes on too, but but that's not, I think it depends on the scenario, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's all the time, and I don't know for certain. I don't pretend to know the extent that these things go. I think if it's someone who is passing that you're close with, that is a little different than maybe, let's say, a near-death experience. Now, does that mean that all the near-death experiencers are not going through with or experiencing their authentic loved ones? No, not at all. It just means that it's just possible that it could go both ways. And I leave everything on the table as far as that goes. But what I will add is that this is where it gets tough. Like that the beings, no matter how close we were with them, they are more than likely still in the system, and believe, even though, yes, they come through in our time, in our most traumatic needs. And that's what I propose that the Matrix sets up, and not necessarily is a bad thing, because it's a good thing. It can be very comforting. I've talked to a lot of people who've had these experiences privately and a few publicly, and it helps. It helps. There's no doubt that these connections help us in our time of needs, and they're almost always with traumatic moments or certain dates that, maybe anniversaries of death, etc. But to put it very gently, they are more than likely still contained within the system. it doesn't necessarily mean it's the Earth system, but it's something contained within the matrix. That's just my opinion of it. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they are bad at all. It just means that they still have likely not liberated themselves. Now, can something come out from like way outside the matrix that's just pure existence sitting there and sending you that message in your time of need? Absolutely. I leave it on the table. But all of these things are basically, in my opinion, again, matrix playbooks to keep us attached to the system itself. Again, it's such a slippery slope talking about this stuff because it seems like I'm being insensitive, but I'm not.
I respect everything you're saying. Like I said, I'm my own savior. Okay, so whatever you say is okay. But I have a question. What is this? I saw The Matrix with Keanu Reeves, whatever. Okay, so, but what is the matrix that you're talking about? What is the purpose of it? It's like, what is the ultimate goal of it? In the Matrix with Keanu Reeves, it was so that people were batteries and they could like suck the energy out of.
And that's exactly what's going on. Because your camera
is identical to that.
I'm sorry, actually, you're good. Your camera's good. I'm sorry. That's my opinion because we see it all around us. Like we emit energy throughout the day, and then we go to sleep and we recharge our batteries. And we wake up the next day, we feel, sometimes refreshed and ready to go, and then other times we're draggy, but we're recharging our batteries, so to say, as we sleep. I mean, our body is made up of cells. And what would that, we have a battery cells. So we recharge our cells.
No, we're energy. We are energy. I agree with that. But what is the system? What is are we like what you're saying the Matrix is similar or identical to what's in that movie?
I can't say identical, but I could say that it's pretty close because it represents the energy extraction, the energy harvesting that goes on. I think they hijack our creative energy, and they even though it's things like love, peace, happiness, joy, it seems overwhelmingly, just looking at history, no matter how distorted and messed up it may be, it seems that it's very obvious that they like the negative energy. Maybe it's like a more high caliber energy or something that they take off of us, because it seems like the system really gets its rocks off by feasting on this negative energy, by setting the mood. Like, think about the news, think about religion, all the fear and everything that comes with it, everything, war, famine, everything and anything. It seems like those are the negative parts are what it really likes to feast on.
Okay, so you're talking about the deep state funneling down to where we're at the bottom of the pyramid.
This exceeds the deep sate, in my opinion. I think it, because I think anything that we see or we can like put a name to, or we could put a name or an association with, is just part of the facade. Now, can some of them know what the long-term goal of this matrix is? Absolutely. But I don't think it's many. I think very, very few know what is actually going on. And then, of course, we can veer down the whole road of NPCs, and that's a whole nother thing entirely. But
what does that
non-player characters, like in video games, like if you're playing a video game, if you could just tilt the screen a little bit, Mary. If you're playing, basically they're just characters in a game that are just drones. They're automatic. Like, you pass by them and they say, "Hey, how are you?" Or like they're just monotonous filler. They're background filler. And I think that those exist not just at the top, but I also think they exist around us on a day-to-day basis. The problem is we don't know how deep that all goes. But if you were designing something like this, you know, what you would do is you'd have your NPCs, your non-player characters, propping up the system and giving it authenticity, making it seem like it's legitimate, giving it all the power that it's need. And meanwhile, you have the underbelly of real spirits, real souls roaming around here. And again, everything is perception based. You grow up inside these systems. We all grow up inside these systems with education, religion, and then you have intergenerational indoctrination and programming, and it carries over and over and over and over. And then that's it. I mean, it's really a perfect system. It doesn't have flaws, but it's perfect in that they got a really good game going on here, and it's sick and twisted.
So, as far as this sick and twisted, really good game going on here, why would anyone ask me to come down here to keep the balance between good and evil? Like,
well, because you were tricked.
I was tricked.
Yeah, that's my strong opinion, is that something told you, because they want to get you reincarnated. The goal is to keep getting us to reincarnate. Oh, we lost you again. I'm sorry, Mary. Can you just hit?
Okay, here, click that. Okay.
Yeah, just stop video and start. Yeah, please.
Okay.
There you
go. Okay, so Edgar Cayce, you've heard of him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so according to his books, you know, he says that Jesus Christ must have reincarnated here at least 30 sometimes. Because that's part of the evolution of us growing, just like, you know, kindergarten to first grade to second grade, you know, to where you get your PhD. So you don't think that's the purpose for reincarnation?
I think all of the reasons that are given of her reincarnation are bullshit. I think they're all part of a trick to feed the ego, make us feel good. And some of us have probably been here for a very long time. And the system, like, I think as we keep going throughout the system, it has to think of creative ways to get us to come back. So, you know, I'm going to come up to you, Mary, you know, in the astral and say, hey, Mary, shit's going crazy down there, girl. We got to get you down there. You know, let's go. Let's get you down there. Let's get things going. You know, we got to get you to save people. And what does it do? You know, it could be boredom. You know, like, hey, you know, it's not the best place to go. You know, I don't like it. But, you know, but then something that because you yourself, Mary, said that it was like a master or someone above you kind of giving you that message. So that, again, there's the hierarchy of something that you perceived in the moment to be bigger than you, and you consented and gave your approval to come down here. And all they did was just say, hey, Mary, you know, like, you know, we really need your help down there. And all they said was, Mary, you're a sucker. We know you'll do it. So well, no, I don't. But we're all suckers, in my opinion, right, Mary? We're all here. I guess. All fell for it. Nobody's exempt. Everyone listening today, we've all fallen for this, and you know, it's you know, that's just how it is. I mean, and I think they think of creative different ways. This is what's funny. Like with you know, like, oh, hey, Mary, you know, we need to go down there to do this, but you know, we see this constantly. We see it in near-death experiences where they say, you know, you've got to finish your mission. You got to get back down to earth. You still got a lot of work to do. Remember, you agreed to this, or, you know, most people don't even know what the hell they agreed to. That's the other thing. Some people do, but they come back because they think they're on some mission to help. And a lot of times we just don't get details on what that mission is, but they know they have a mission. Pre-birth memories, exactly like what you had. Like, we see time and time again, like, you know, you have a mission to fulfill. It's all for your spiritual evolution. But yet we come down here and we have the veil of forgetfulness. We have no recollection of, or very little recollection. In your case, you have some, but of where we came from, why we are here, or where we are going. We can fill in the blanks here and there, but in reality, we're kind of shooting from the hip most of the time. And you know, if the system gives us some token experiences or maybe token abilities here and there along the way, then what it does is it helps frame a narrative that excuses away the bullshit that goes on here, the atrocities that go on here time and time and time again. And it normalizes it, even though it's not, it's furthest thing from normal, but it makes it easier to get by. And it makes it easier for us to get sucked back into it next lifetime. Because all they need to do is, you know, give you some things here and there, some memories here and there, maybe some abilities, some intuitive experiences, some synchronicities, some divine-like experiences. And most people are customers for life at that point because they had different things unfold in their lives during important moments. And think about it, like if they're targeting us when we're at the lowest of lows, well, I mean, that really makes us easy prey, because then it makes us, you know, really connect with the moment. And again, that's not necessarily pertaining to your experience or anyone else's experience. It's just like they give you these few, and you know, so these few really, really life-altering experiences, and then what are we doing? We're running around and consuming other matrix propaganda that's around us that fill in the blanks for these spiritual experiences, and sometimes confirm them or explain them or help us in some way because someone else had something similar, or they could be linked to religious dogma or whatever, or the new age dogma. I mean, and everything and anything in between. But I mean, really, like the big one is again, we come here under the veil of forgetfulness, and then all we see is like these entities that think they're better than us. And there's a hierarchical system. I mean, there's, you know, all these soul schools that go on in these past life regressions. I mean, why? I mean, we're supposed to just be subservient to something at the time of death that has put us here, or that is like kind of pushed us to come here. And we're just supposed to just, okay, bow, you know, okay. I'm just going to follow you when I die, and I'm going to hope that you're telling me the truth.
Can I ask you a two-part question?
Yeah, sorry. I kind of went off. Sorry.
Well, number one, who is they? And number two, why do we even exist?
Okay. Well, okay. They, I would just call parasites. Okay. I think it's a parasitical system. That's my opinion. Can I put a name to them? I mean, Gnostics would say archons, which means rulers. But I mean, I just like to call them parasites. I think parasites literally run this place, or taken it over. It could, I've put forth a number of times that maybe this place was hijacked. It was taken over. Maybe we just came here at some point to experience physical reality, but it wasn't this insane. Maybe we didn't even have this body. Maybe we had some other form of body. Like I talked about in the past, how I have a past life memory of being here on the West Coast, somewhere in California, as like I don't even know how you put it, like a part human but part etheric being. And I just experienced this place.
So you're the people who were before the Atlantans, so I can't remember their name.
I don't know what it was, but it felt like, you know, it felt like different times. That was only one thing I can recall from then. Like, but I just felt that. So, but what does that mean? I mean, it seemed like I was, in my opinion, it felt like I was living here for a while, but I didn't, there wasn't like all this crazy pain and suffering. And then I have some other lifetimes of being like basically an Egyptian slave for like middle kind of upper class Egyptian family. And so, but I mean, I just connect that I've been here a while. But does that mean this whole place was like this the whole time? Obviously, the Egyptian recollection of a past life seems perfectly in line with what's going on now, just different time. But before that, that other lifetime is different. So maybe it just was a playground at some point that we came and got to experience something different. But maybe we got to retain some of our memories, or maybe it was like human version 101. I don't know.
Can I share what resonates with me regarding what you're talking about?
Sure.
About how this place came to be. First off, there was a time to where we were just not physical, okay? And we were able to like pop in and experience matter. So we could like take our non-physical and pop into like a rock or pop into like a dinosaur or something to experience what that was. And along the line, and that was short term, okay? But then we started like hanging out longer, okay? And eventually we got stuck in being a dinosaur or whatever. And who knows if, sexual interactions had anything to do with us sticking around for longer or whatever. But from there, that's pretty much like where we started to get down to the earth thing. And then we evolved. And before the Atlantans, there was a group of people who were highly spiritual who, the Atlantans kind of took off from them with more on the ego end and like the selfishness or whatever. So I can't remember. So it sounded to me like that's who you're talking. There's an E in the word. I can't think of the name of it though.
Are you thinking of Lemurians maybe?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So the Lemurians were supposedly before the Atlantans, and then it goes on, and then according to Jane, I was watching this on TikTok, where she actually sat down and showed that back with the Egyptians and the pharaohs and how they had like special talents, but then they corrupted it, to where they actually corrupted like a lot of. Even the religions we have today, where they rewrote like Bibles and stuff to like get rid of things, and how to where we're at now. So that being the case, it sounds to me like on an evolutionary process, if you look back to the Lemurians and you look back to when we were not physical, okay, we kind of went off the deep path. And so maybe a lot of what's happening in your matrix, or what you call the matrix right now, is so that we experience this to know just how messed up we were in deciding that's the way that we should live, okay? Because there's no better teacher than the University of Hard Knocks. And maybe that's why that's what's happening right now. But because I can't see where someone would create an environment like what's on The Matrix, the movie, to where we're nothing but a battery, and where they're taking the energy from us. But I do.
Oh, we lost your volume again, Mary. If you can maybe stop your video, I'll stop my video. If you could just stop your video and then restart it. You said you can't see the point of someone making a matrix where we're a battery. There you are. Oh, we lost your volume again. Mary, can you hear me? Oh boy. Mary, maybe unmute your mic and then unmute it.
Yeah, okay, let me mute it.
Sorry. All right, you there?
Yeah.
All right, okay, now you sound good.
Yeah.
I'll keep my video off for a few.
Yeah, even though a lot of religions, claim stuff that a lot of it I don't believe, but some of it I do believe, I really do believe that there is a purpose for us being here, and that in our own spiritual growth is a good thing. But I have to hold on to that, because if not, then that would just be too depressing to, experience what I've experienced. And then I wouldn't look forward to a future. And I do want to look forward to a future. I want to feel positive and upbeat.
Absolutely. I get it. What if the reason for coming here is that, we're eternal beings. We know that we're eternal beings. Okay. Time doesn't exist, but we've existed for who knows how long. And we want to come to a place where we forget that, where we are unable to, we're faced with something like death. And maybe, just maybe, we want to experience something like that and have that memory loss. I've put that out there. I don't necessarily sign on to it, but I think it's a possibility. I mean, what if the purpose of us being here and entering this crazy land is to rediscover ourselves, to find ourselves, and realize that, yes, we are everlasting life. And that, we have to, part of the deal is we get the veil of forgetfulness and we have to leave and rediscover ourselves and not be attached to all of these things in our relationships. And basically the point would be to escape for us. But part of escaping, escape kind of sounds wrong, but part of escaping means like basically rediscovering ourselves, finding ourselves once again, and reclaiming our sovereignty and liberating ourselves at the time of death by not fastening ourselves to these attachments that we have continuously, lifetime after lifetime, and in the astral, been connected to. And everyone on an individual level needs to find that within themselves at some point. What do you think of that? Because I understand the negative part. Like, it's negative, like you want to cling on to something, but maybe that's what the system hopes for us to do, to cling on to something. That doesn't mean you can't still live life day to day and be happy and enjoy yourself, because if anything, like one of the biggest positive things you can take from it is that, okay, yeah, I experienced this place. I did my thing. I had great relationships, but now I have to take control of my own destiny and exit here when natural death occurs and liberate myself. And then later down the road, I will likely be reunited and we'll all have a good laugh. Oh, I can't believe I went to that damn place, but it was all maybe just part of the experience.
Well, I did have a past life regression for where I was the mother, kind of like Little House on the Prairie type stuff, with Mrs. Olson, where they had the general store. But I wasn't Mrs. Olson, but it was like that time period. And my daughter, something happened to her to where she lost her leg.
Oh.
Okay. And I remembered, like in the horse, putting her in the back with I don't even know what you call it, but it was like for carrying stuff, and the horse, I remember like beating the horse to get to the doctor to try to save her. Anyway, she lost her leg. And I was so depressed. All I saw was images of myself like sitting in a rocking chair, knitting or whatever, because my daughter would not grow up to like get married, have a family and all that other stuff. But what's real interesting is I've always had a bad ankle to where cartilage isn't there as bone. So I have a difficulty walking. And I find that and I've been very independent to where I've accomplished just about everything I set my mind to. So I found that kind of interesting. If that was the case, if my mother in this life was my daughter in another life, to where in this life, my mother, she was so limited in being able to accomplish anything, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
And in this life, I was so like beyond. My mother had a nervous breakdown when I was in the 4th grade, and I was responsible for making sure my brothers and sisters I have two brothers and another sister. Got to school, went to bed, ate, bathed. That's a lot of responsibility for a fourth grader. And but my mom wasn't able to do that, you know what I mean? And I did, and I guess that was part of molding me to be independent growing up. So, maybe that is part of what happened in this world, is that I had to kind of come to peace through the University of Hard Knocks with stuff that happened in another lifetime. And maybe that's part of what we are going through. People call it karma or whatever. And that kind of makes more sense to me than not. And then also the evil stuff that's going on, maybe that has to be here because maybe people do choose that. Now, a lot of the stuff that's coming out in the news with these laptops and underground and, like different islands and stuff like that. Okay. That's just absolutely horrible. Yeah. But, if people are into that kind of thing, and who's to say that they're not, you know what I mean? I'm sure some people are, then maybe there has to be hell on this planet or in this world so that they can experience what that's really all about. For like, if they're subjecting someone to it, maybe they have to come back to experience it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that in the University of Hard Knocks, they eventually graduate like, oh, wow, I get it. You know what I mean? Don't want to do that anymore. So I prefer to see it as that is part of the process. That is the system. That is what's happening, because to me, that's a lot more positive.
Sure.
That's like everything works for the good.
Yeah. But what if but I mean, like, think about like, with all these experiences that happen outside of here, like, and there's plenty of them, like, they just don't match with what's going on here. Like, everything's love or everything is this or that, like, as it's like advertised, doesn't match. Like, that's like where the big disconnect comes from. And then you have the veil of forgetfulness. I mean, how can we possibly justify that, Mary? I mean, and then like karma. What if karma, in my opinion, karma is self-imposed. If, we could have done a lot of messed up things in past lifetimes, but that's kind of like if you had a diabolical system running and you got people to believe in karma and sinning and this and that, and like people weren't finding themselves, but they were just stuck in these paths of existence here, and then recycling themselves over and over and over again, and going down bad roads, going down good roads. But in the end, you reach judgment at the light when we all go through. Well, I'm not going through the life review. It's just not going to happen. It's not in my vocabulary anymore. They can go shove it. But people go through the life review, and it's like a self-imposed as well as assisted mechanism that is put out there to instill fear, guilt, and shame. And then, of course, there are positive things thrown in there too. But if you think about it, that everything kind of links with the karma and the sinning concept. And we've heard about that. We've got texts that go back as far as we have for the very limited amount of time of years that we have information from this matrix. And I have no doubt that this place has existed who knows how long it's existed. But if you have a system set in place where information is getting destroyed, every 2, 3, 4,000 years, every who knows how many years, we don't know what the heck the truth is as far as our historic narrative. All I know is that it goes way beyond whatever we have historical record for, because it's pathetic to think that we are that limited in our history. I just don't think that's going on. I think everything has been mixed up and messed up, and then you have all this ancient architecture. Oh, this can go down a whole nother road. I'll just kind of leave it at that. But I think we've been lied to on such a mass scale. Like, if they have the ability to reset this place, and there's evidence to suggest that they certainly do. I don't know if you ever went down the whole Tartaria thing and the mud flood thing in the 1850s, and how basically there seems to have been a reset of this realm not that long ago, and there's a lot of distortion in our history, then that leads me to believe that they reset this place regularly. So then we forget, so then there's really no running historic narrative. And then those that question the system are always the one that conveniently start to die off or get attacked, just like what we see today. We're just in our modern day version of it. All these groups that seem to question things usually don't get to stick around much. Sometimes they do for a brief amount of time. And if we think about just even the internet, how long has it been around? And what are we seeing? We're seeing rapid censorship since, it's been going on a while, but really since, I don't know, 2014, but before then, really. But now we're in hyper censorship. So we've only had this brief window for all this information to come out. And granted, we must be thankful that all that information's there, but then they throw in their little, agents in there to mix and confuse truths and lead us astray and throw us into these boxes and that, all these different boxes to get us to believe in certain things and get lost in their narratives instead of continuing to question things. I don't know. I just kind of went off on a tangent there. I'm sorry. I don't know. Yeah. Point is, I think it's very well constructed.
Okay, but we got to get back to the next part of that question.
I'm sorry.
So why do we exist?
Oh yeah, why do we exist? Well, I think I think it there's something feeding off of us. I think there's something feeding off of us. One of the really interesting things you can refer to, besides the Matrix, is Robert Monroe's book, Far Journeys. He talks about exactly what we were talking about. Loosh, he calls it. He calls it loosh, where it's like an energy extraction there that ranges from, love, happiness, joy, sex, and then all the way to, hate, anger, everything and anything you could think of. But he always kind of seems to veer towards the negative side. But Monroe talks about both ends of the spectrum, and that basically this place was set up, and he even uses the term garden as an energy extractor. And he calls it Loosh, Loosh, and that's in his book, Far Journeys. And he wrote a few books, and even has an institute out of Virginia called the Monroe Institute. He's since passed, but they did all sorts of different things. He was having out-of-body experiences from a very young age, and was questioning them. He thought maybe he had something was wrong with him, and he was going to all these doctors, and they're saying, we did all these tests, we don't find anything really wrong with you. But he was having all these OBEs and couldn't figure out what the heck was going on with him. But then later on, he kept asking, figured out that, okay, yeah, I'm fine. I just happen to have out-of-body experiences regularly. And so then he wrote his books, he opened his institute, and he talks flat out in a section, but kind of like what you were saying, he came to this realization, and it was negative and disturbing, and he went into a deep depression for a couple weeks, and then kind of just was like, okay, that's enough. I'm going to brush that aside and just keep going on with my life, which, in many aspects, I get that. I get, again, I think once you come to the realization and the truth of the whole Matrix reincarnation soul trap, that, we all still have to live our day-to-day lives and enjoy ourselves and make the best of it. But again, the positive message is the sovereignty and liberation. But, if we are, and I truly believe we are, just based on our structure, our human structure, we are some sort of feeding mechanism, and our soul spirit is, thrown into this meat suit. It's a pretty pathetic meat suit too that is susceptible to all sorts of crap. It's very fragile. I mean, everything kind of fits. And then, so yeah, I think the whole battery or energy, I like to call it like, energy extraction realm. I guess we live in the loose realm, whatever. I think all that fits perfectly. Everything, my dog, she's most of the time happy, but sometimes she has this tremendous fear. Has that emotion. We all have that emotion. Many other animals have those emotions. There's clearly something that created this place.
I know plants even have that emotion.
Plants have feelings. Like, and like one of the most interesting studies I ran across was like they did a study. This don't ask me where it came from. I'm sure you could find it if you looked it up. But there's a study out there where they would turn on the lawnmower of a yard, and the grass would start crying. Like it would react some sort of frequency that would be at least perceived in the eyes of science as crying or whatever. So yeah. I mean, it's.
I know they've taken like electrical impulses and they've hooked up monitors to plants, and then they've gone like with fire, and stuff, and like just like the plants are freaking out, and so. Yeah, but I think all of life has a connection to that, and it's and how you test this is all through energy. So I see us all having energy because the whole world is energy. But I like the idea of parallel universes, and I like the idea of in the lost books of the Bible, there's a book of Hermas that I just fell in love with that, because the book of Hermas, it talks about how to have like a joyous life and to like be positive and be thankful for everything and to get a lot of stuff in return, because that is your emotion. You're going to kind of like law of attraction stuff where you attract goodness because you have good feelings and you are very appreciative. But, obviously that didn't make it into the regular Bible. So, there's been some corruption on that end too, but I think it is possible for people to have a good life here and to be one with nature, to be one with, animals, to be one, but it doesn't coincide with what a lot of mainstream teaching teaches. And so there I see there being the matrix, because that's where people are conditioned to believe what they've been taught, just like you and I were taught certain things, and then we started questioning, and now I don't want any part of that. I don't even want to go to church because I don't want any part of being part of that group. I would rather be my own savior. So I'm gonna try to hold on to that positivity, because I don't want to be a battery. No, and nobody deserves this, and everyone deserves to have full lucidity and knowledge of everything that they experienced. And clearly this whole experience acts as a governor on us, just like if you rent a U-Haul or a Penske truck, you go, like I've rented in the past, go across country, like it's a governor, like you can't go over 70 or whatever they set it to. And that's what happens once we're in these meat suits. They set us up to be limited. But anyways, let's try and move forward a little bit. All right, so I'd like to move. Now, please correct me. I remember you had the experience with your mother. But wasn't there one in between there, if I recall correctly? Like another... Well, with my dad.
Your dad. Yeah. So you mind talking about your dad, and then we'll talk about your mother afterwards, if that's okay for you.
My father was in the hospital, and he had myelodysplasia, which was it's like a blood disease where your blood doesn't clot. And so he had really good insurance. So they said, look, we're going to treat you for leukemia. He didn't have leukemia, but he had good insurance. Anyway,
Poor thing.
but that was the only chance. That's the only option they gave him. Okay, because there was no treatment for what he had, and since it was a blood disease, they decided to treat him for leukemia, which is also a blood disease. Well, anyway, he ended up having a heart attack, had to go on kidney dialysis. I mean, it was like just a total spiral down, like everything. And it's amazing what these hospitals can do to bring you back to life. Okay, take you to death, bring you back to life, try something else again. Well, he was pretty much on his last leg. He had his heart attack, and they told us that, chances are he wasn't going to come out of it that night. And he was in intensive care, and I was with him, and I wouldn't leave his side. I said, no, I'm not leaving him. And anyway, that night in the hospital, can I mention the name of the hospital, or should I keep it quiet?
It's up to you. Whatever you feel comfortable sharing with.
I just tell the truth. Come on. Okay, so he was in Michael Reese, and his room and that's in Chicago, and his room had a window to where you could actually see the street lights on Lakeshore Drive.
Okay.
Off in the distance. So, and I was in the room. It was, wee hours of the night, and I was just sitting in a chair. My dad had a respirator on, hooked up to all kinds of machines and everything. And all of a sudden, the room got like pitch black. I mean, none of the windows were shut or anything. The street lights, it's not like they went out. It's just like the whole room got black. And I felt a presence in the room. And it was like I really just sensed it was the angel of death coming to take my father. And so I had like not a physical fight, but like a verbal and mental fight. It's like, get out of here. You're not taking him off my watch. I don't care. Go down the hall and get someone else, but you're not taking my father, not with me here. And I meant it. I meant it. And, next thing I knew, I guess it or whatever decided, okay, we'll come back later when she's out there. And that all of a sudden, now I could see the lights from the street again and everything else. And my dad decided, he was in a coma, okay, came out of his coma, sat up, took the respirator off his face and said, Mary Treese, that's my full name, Mary Treese, where are you? And I was like, I'm right here, And he's taken his respirator and he's like, here, give this to, I can't remember the name now, but to some guy, okay? And I'm like, what? And he goes, just give it to him, it's a tip, he needs it. And then he was like, introducing me to these guys, and I think Jacko was a name, and Gino, and okay, and he's like, and this is, and I was like, nobody was in the room, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, he's delirious, okay, but at least he's not in a coma anymore. Well, the next day in the morning, okay, and I got him, I could just calm down, Dad, here, put the oxygen back on your face, okay, whatever. So anyway, finally got him to like where he rested and went back to bed. He wasn't in a coma anymore. And the next morning, my Auntie Julie came in early in the morning and said, she goes, I knew it. And I said, what? And she goes, last night, her grandmother appeared to her in a dream. It was like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and said, Benny's going to be okay. And she goes, I just knew it. Grandma appeared to me last night in a dream and said, Benny's going to be okay. And I was like, really? And she goes, yeah. And my dad sat up. He goes, yep, not dead yet. I'm still here. Okay. And like there was nothing wrong with him. All right. Anyway, so I took my Auntie Julie on the side and I told her it was really weird. It's like, all of a sudden the room got really dark and I felt a presence. And next thing I know, Dad's taking this oxygen off and he's like here trying to have me tip this guy, whatever his name is. And then he has me meeting this guy, that guy. And my Auntie Julie went white. And I was like, what? And she goes, oh my gosh. She goes, those are people from the Roosevelt Club. I said, what? I said, and that was a club, a bar. It was a private bar, okay, that my dad belonged to. Anyway, I said, so? And she goes, no, they've already passed on. So my dad was introducing me to people from the Roosevelt bar who were already dead.
Yeah, that's huge.
Right.
That's huge.
That's
It's
yeah.
huge.
So I thought that was really cool. Now, what it gets even better. So now, it's time for me to go home, get some sleep. And I get in the elevator, and there's a doctor in there, and he said, he goes, I don't know what happened last night. He says, but it is an absolute miracle that your father's still alive.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I didn't know that. I found out later, but that happened to be August 6th.
Mhm.
My father died a month later on September 6th. But
Oh.
on August 6th, that's also my brother's birthdays.
Oh, wow.
I
Wow.
know.
Wow.
I know. So that would have really sucked. Now, my mother, she died on my birthday. But I gave her permission. She wanted to die. She was afraid to die. Okay, so my mom knows I have these gifts. She's known this all along.
Mhm.
All right. So anyway, my mom was still up in Indiana, and I'm like 2,000 miles away, and all of a sudden I get this funny feeling. Oh my gosh, mom's gonna die. And so I called her doctor, and he's like, no, it should be okay. And I was like, no, I got a weird feeling something's going on there. Well, it is, sometimes you just got those feelings, you just know, you know what I mean?
Yeah, premonition.
So I went online, and it turned out Frontier Airlines had a really great deal. It was like only $49 to
Wow.
fly from here to there.
Damn.
So I thought, I'm going up there, even though I never wanted to go back. You know what I mean? But anyway, I went up there, and sure enough, Mom decided she was going to stop her dialysis,
Okay.
and it was time to die. Well, the first thing I do is I went onto social media and told everybody, hey, yeah. So people started coming out of the woodwork to say goodbye to her. And oh my gosh, she like rallied, it's like, you're not even sick anymore. You know what I mean? Because I guess goodness goes a long way. That's positive energy.
Sure.
And she ended up in hospice. She was in a hospital. She was like in a rehab center, and they said no, she can't stay because she's not going through rehab. So we got to get rid of her. Anyway, so they put her in hospice because she was terminal, obviously, and she was only in hospice for one day. They couldn't get over that. But when she got to hospice, they asked her if she wanted morphine. And so she said yes. And then they asked her if she wanted some more. She said yes. Okay. And so I guess that's what happens when you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
anyway,
what they do.
I
Yeah.
want to spell out the details, but too much of one thing and that's it. So anyway, my sister-in-law came in to the room, and my mom was, she was knocked out. And she decided to wait because she wanted to say goodbye to her, and at least talk to her. Well, so I thought I was going to head back to I was staying with my friend. So I was going to stay back to my friend's place, but I thought since my sister-in-law's here, I'll stay with her. And sure enough, 2-3 o'clock that night, I was playing solitaire on my phone, and all of a sudden, bright white, like the whole room got white. And I didn't see my mom, but I saw what she was seeing. And there was a young man about 19 years old, like welcoming her. Okay. And then off to the side, it was still bright white, but it was like this lady was up against the wall, you know what I mean? But I didn't see the wall. I just saw bright white and this lady. And, like waiting, like, yeah, I got to wait, for, this guy to welcome her in. And then it dawned on me, oh, that lady was Olga. Now, my mom's natural mother died when my mom was like a month or two old. And so that was always my mom's desire, was to meet her mother when she died. And it dawned on me, that's Olga. That was my mom's her mother's name. And then it was like, but who's this guy? Okay. And both of them were like around 19 years old. And it turned out that the guy was my father. And my mom had such bitterness. I got to click. I think your video's going up.
Yeah,
so I'm
your
click.
video is too. Here, let's just both stop. I'll keep mine stopped for a little while if you could. Yeah.
Okay,
I
just clicked you back on.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm like, well, who is this guy? And it turned out it was my father. I never saw my father when he was 19. I saw pictures of him when he was in the service, but that was 19 years still in school anyway. And of course I saw him, when he was my dad, but my mom, she divorced my father when I was 15, 16, 14. I left home when I was 13, 14, 15. She divorced my father and never had a kind word to say about him ever since. And I was like almost 40 when this was going on. So, that's a long history of hating one person.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway.
A lot of loosh.
Yeah, so I had to pray about that one. That was pretty much told, you're not taking baggage with you when you decide it's time to go back home. Okay, so that was it. No, I just thought it was interesting that out of all the people to be there to greet my mom was my father, because I would assume from her perspective it was like the guy who ran those concentration camps during World War II.
Yeah, let's be careful of that one. That one YouTube doesn't like being talked about.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm not mentioning names, but yeah. Okay,
sorry,
so anyway.
I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm new to this. But anyway, it was like out of all the people to be meeting my mother, I don't think she would have been. But, she must have loved him at one time. So I'm assuming that was necessary for her to go on in her journey. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. It was part. No, I mean, it makes perfect sense. There's a lot to unpack there. Okay, so first off, like you're in hospice, that is what they do regularly. They give basically OD people with drugs, like usually morphine or some sort of painkiller, to help them just be out of their misery. And then you basically had a shared death experience where you had the bright light lady, and a guy is coming in to welcome her. And another common thread that we see regularly in NDEs and shared death experiences, and even some breakthrough trip reports, is that the person that you're seeing is usually very young, very vibrant, looks good, like in their prime. So seeing your father at 19 years old, even though you never saw pictures of it, is very, very lines right up. Everything, very, very common. Now, like, it's not always like that, but most of the time, like high percentage. I would say probably, I'm not going to say for certain, but it's got to be in the 90 percentile range where people experience the most vibrant association of the person that they're seeing before them. That's just something that happens. I think it's comforting too, because you see them young, you see them healthy. You don't see them, at the end of their old age, where they're having a rough time and they're decrepit, and I think it's just more like comforting.
Look at the mirror these days. Oh my gosh, you're right. Okay.
You're fine, Mary. You're fine. Don't worry about it.
I know.
I love
I'm
you.
sure another 20 years from now, I'll be looking back going, boy, I wish I looked like that. But whatever.
You're fine, sister. You're fine. So, let's see. So yeah, you ask like, who is this guy? And then you realize that, oh my God, it's my 19-year-old father. And again, vibrant, healthy, young, and what's really interesting is that Olga came to be with your mother. And you said that your mother mentioned, very bluntly that, she wanted to see her mother. That was her desire. That was her intention. So she was putting out that intention for many years. And so what happens is she gets that delivery.
For many years, I also confirmed with my mom that Olga would be there because I sensed that Olga would be there.
Oh.
So able to share with my mom, don't worry, she's going to be there.
She'll be there. So you help comfort her too. Like, that intention is powerful. And giving her that reassurance helps her, especially, deathbed visions, visitations, and crossing over, so to say. This is exactly what I would expect to see, given all the cases I looked at. So, I do recall, correct me if I'm wrong, in our private conversations, I think you mentioned something like almost like she looked like Olga looked annoyed to be there, right? Or something like almost like, I'm here, but why?
And that's what was real weird about it was, I was actually startled when I saw her, like when I saw the white and I saw it at that moment, because, I knew that my mom had died. As a matter of fact, I went and told the nurse after this, when I saw this, that my mom was dead. And they're like, no way. And I go, no, yeah, they're like, I assure you, she's really dead. Okay. And I didn't check my mom's pulse. I knew after experiencing that, what I experienced is what she experienced. But anyway, when I saw Olga, it was like, okay, I'm taking my glasses off to see if I could do this. Like she was on the side like this.
Not looking forward, I guess.
My eyes are kind of like, okay. And like, that was kind of like the look that she had. And, this is the look that I would expect, from her. It was kind of like, oh, that's my daughter. I want to see my daughter. No, it wasn't. It was like, no. Well, yeah, okay. So, that was what I saw. Okay. And I thought that was really interesting. I thought, oh, gosh, she doesn't even want to be here. But anyway, that's good to know. Okay.
Oh, my God. What the hell? That's so
when
weird.
When I was telling you, I wasn't able to do the look. So
that was a good one. I liked it. I think you delivered it well.
Yeah, but that's, I was really surprised when I saw that.
I would be. It's like, oh, now, what do you got? Something else to do?
My father didn't have that look on his face. My father, he looked like he was coming from a place of love. Okay.
Yeah.
But I didn't get that impression from Olga. I got more like she was annoyed. Okay, that was kind of like what was happening there. But anyway, but at least my mom got to meet her mother. Okay.
Yes.
And so, now my mom understands more of her life now that she's back home than, whatever. Okay. So, yeah, good for her. But it was a blessing for me because there was a lot of pain with my mom growing up. And, we really never had a very close relationship, even though we tried. It just wasn't meant to be. Yeah. So that's, and also part of this book, so my book is titled Face of God, but instead of having my name on it, it has the author name.
Pen name. Oh, we lost you again there. You there, Mary? You may want to try muting and unmuting as well. We lost your video feed.
Part, but other parts.
We're sorry, Mary, we lost you there for a while. You're back with us, but we lost you about maybe 30 seconds ago. Okay.
My mother objected to this book because there was something in there when we were a child, and how my father came home and my mom told him to beat us. Okay, and she was offended. Now, part of this book, and so I had to use a pen name, Talitha Kumi, okay, instead of my own name, because she didn't want to associate this with her. And, when children are abused, and, there was emotional abuse coming from my mom, okay, all they want is for their abuser to say, I'm really sorry that happened to you.
Yeah.
But I didn't get that. I got, which is what I was hoping to get when my mom at least read my book to, to say, wow, I had no idea that that's what you went through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just didn't happen. Instead, I got yelled at some more for like, how dare you say that about me? I was like, oh yeah, whatever. So anyway, for what it's worth. But,
that's not right, because you
no.
Yeah.
So when my mom went home, honestly, all of that pain that I had was just wiped away. Because at that point, and maybe part of Olga standing there looking annoyed was kind of like, oh, you get it, Olga. Oh, she's your trouble. Okay, I don't know. But I just felt like my mom loved me the best that she knew how to do it. Does that make any sense?
Yes, it does.
It took that for me to come to that realization to get it.
Yeah, it's you want me to be really open about this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I've shown examples many times and talked about how people and outside influence, when they are kind of headed towards death, or most likely on their deathbed, or deathbed visions, visitations, like all within this time period that leads them to death, they have to, there's something or some things that kind of eat at them. And some of those things could be, like trying to make good with you, trying to make good with your father who passed, or whatever the scenario is. It varies person to person what's going on exactly. But oh boy, I don't even know how I say this.
Just blurt it out.
Yeah. Some of it is for their own needs and their own wants. And then some of it is with the assistance of outside influence that try to help those around them grapple and make sense with it. But I personally feel that, even though those things can be extremely helpful, and patch up wounds, it also sets a precedence of forgiveness that doesn't always necessarily isn't always necessarily warranted or earned. Because I've run across many cases where someone has a very, very rough life. I've run across so many where people go through absolute hell in their childhood, and what they do is they're waiting for the moment that they turn 18, or the moment that they can get out of this the scenario that is abusive and horrible, and they take advantage of it and they leave. And a lot of times these people do not talk to the family member or the offender for the rest of their lives. But
you know what? Yeah. I will refuse to talk to my mom for decades.
There you go.
So
I'm not gonna paint you in this corner because I don't feel it's my business to do so.
I don't really care. Go ahead and paint away.
But in my opinion, is that if I'm not going to say you, I'm just going to say, let's just talking about other cases where they are put in very abusive and horrible situations, and they take the first opportune moment imaginable that they can feel somewhat safe in and bail, and then not relate with the person for most of the time the rest of their lives. But it could be like with you, decades with your mother, but it could be sometimes literally at the person's deathbed.
Well, in my situation, after I graduated from Purdue and I moved into an upscale neighborhood, my mom wanted back into my life. And I objected to that because I thought, how dare you try to come into my life now that I'm doing good?
Yeah, now that you're successful. Yeah. Yeah.
So
how convenient.
she would write letters and I would just return to sender. I would
Good
not
for you.
have anything to do with that.
Good
and then when my dad got sick, you know, my dad was there for me. And then when I would visit my dad, he would do better in the hospital. According to my Auntie Julie, she got his medical records. And she said, Mary Therese, every time you visited your dad, he got better. But then when Joyce, my mom, or my sister Julie came, all of a sudden he would sink. And I was like, okay. So that, my dad's death threw the family together. And from that point forward, it opened the door for some communication, but I wasn't willing to really open full arms. Except as time went on, and after my divorce and stuff, well, even with my divorce, there was horrible stuff there with my mom. Okay, I'm going through these treatments for hepatitis C. And my mom says, I'm coming out to stay with you. Well, the divorce had happened, but I was living in a very beautiful, like $1 million home at that time. And I thought, wow, how nice. My mom is coming to take care of me.
How convenient.
Oh my God. No. Okay. This is, oh my gosh. I remember I was driving someplace. I pulled into the garage. I'm as weak as could be, and my mom's like, "Oh, help me out! I can't undo my seatbelt." And I'm like looking at her like, "What the heck is this?" And you know what? I just got out of the car and I said, "You figure it out, okay?"
There you
and went to
go.
the house, okay? You know, and it was like, my gosh, you know, it's like I thought she was coming here to, but anyway. So this was the relationship. Anyway, so that house ended up getting sold because I wasn't working, didn't have any income. It was, you know, and what I moved into now, which, you know, I like my house, but it's very humble. It's just mortgage payment.
Oh, we lost your audio. Mary, I'm sorry. We were left off at mortgage payments. I mean, if you could just tilt the laptop a little bit and then, yeah. All right, are we there with you? Hello, hello?
Hello.
There you are.
Anyway,
Yeah, if you could just tilt the monitor a little, you're kind of, there we go.
When I moved into this house,
I'm going to shut off my camera.
My mother didn't want to visit me. As a matter of fact, I took off and I took my mom to Oregon. I took her to Disney World, you know, and I had a trip to go to Scotland. I went to Scotland. My mom said she'd come watch my dogs while I was gone. As soon as my plane landed, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yep.
As soon as my plane landed in Scotland, I got a call from my neighbor saying that my mom left.
Oh my God. What the hell?
Yeah, she didn't want to stay in this house. Oh my God. Oh, anyway.
Oh my
so
God.
I was like, oh my God. And so my neighbor's like, no problem, Mary. I'll just go stay in your house and take care of the dogs. You have a good time. We'll deal with it when you come home. So anyway, yeah, whatever. Yeah. So maybe my mom did want to say, you know, make amends when she left, but I know within her power, like I said, I just felt, or maybe it was just my dad being there that gave me that support. But after she passed on, I just felt like everything's been resolved. You know what I mean? there's no sense holding on to it at this point anyway. I can't. Couldn't resolve itself when she was alive.
Well, see that's
So now that she's not alive, it's resolved. Okay, all right.
That's the problem. That's what I find over and over and over again. It's like almost like the last ditch effort. Like it'll either happen while the person's alive, the offender is alive, and but like on their deathbed, and give the, like someone like you, the you know, makes you feel good and makes you feel like there's a resolution. Or in many cases it happens on the person who's had the offense committed on them on their deathbed, so they'll go through their whole life. So you're in one of those scenarios where it happened at the, you know, because of the offender's, you know, life going by, or maybe they needed to reconcile within themselves a certain period. But a lot of times it seems to always point towards it being resolved on someone's deathbed or close to it. Maybe a few years, maybe a few months, maybe a few days, whatever the case may be, because it eats within inside them. And so in my opinion, you know, of course there is free will, and some, you know, they're meeting their maker, so to say. And then there's also this contribution that the Matrix likes to put in there by having these communications with outside entities, which are usually ones that are people or beings that they know or perceive to know. Could be masters, councils, it could be soul group members, or you know, previous whatever. The point is they usually know the being that's trying to help them go through it. Oftentimes, if they offended someone, whether dead or alive, they'll have like a mini life review as well, or feel like so much burden on them because they know they fucked up. They know they did all these wrongs. And so there's like this correction that just is so convenient to happen in a moment where the system needs to win them over, and in conjunction win someone else over. I think, personally feel, in my opinion, that if the Matrix had its way, that it would make sure that you didn't get that resolution, if I'm being completely honest, because that's what it seems like. It seems like it waits for the latest moment possible most of the time in an effort to prolong the suffering, prolong the problems. And I know, I mean, this is just, I can't even believe we're having this conversation, because it's talking about this stuff is not easy. Especially to someone like you who went through this. But you know, that's why you're you and everyone else is everyone else, and we all need to find our path at a certain lifetime. But I like to be as upfront and as blunt, with a lot of kindness and a nice cushion to keep things you know, like, I don't want to ever feel like I'm lecturing or trying to talk down or make anyone feel bad, because these are life-changing moments that you experience. I've had some weird ones too. Not necessarily, you know, everyone has their moments, but and different interactions that they have. But this system is really well thought out. I guess I'll kind of leave it at that.
Well, I'm not that jaded, so I'm happy that I did have that experience, because it was a benefit to me. And you know, if I had to live my life all over, oh heck yeah, I'd make so many different decisions. But who's to say that I wouldn't have problems on that end either? So I'm just honest enough to be open about all of this. Now, I know that there's probably a lot of people watching who can relate to everything that we've talked about. Why? Because I'm sure they've had a similar experience of what we've talked about. Okay, they might not have had the exact same experience, but I'm sure they've had something similar happen to them to where they could relate. If not, they wouldn't be watching. Yeah. And so something's keeping their attention because they can relate to it. Yeah. The only thing that's different about me is I don't really care. I prefer honesty. Okay, even if it's bad, I would rather speak the truth. And I had to learn how to speak the truth and not offend people at a very early age, because I offended people by just speaking the truth. So there's a way to say things without offending them. But I think we all go through this, and that's what you call the matrix. But I think this is part of our development. I think I'm the one who's better because of it. Because, okay, if Edgar Cayce is correct about Jesus Christ having to reincarnate a bunch of times before he actually became the Christ, okay, i.e. figured it out. And I liked how you presented when you were talking to Wayne Bush about how you saw Jesus Christ, his role in this world when he was here. I agree 100%. But people aren't on that level of being able to have compassion and to figure things out when you just don't have that level in you. You know what I mean? So I think there might be something to this University of Hard Knocks BS. Anyway, if that's the case, I think I graduated out of kindergarten, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. I think I might be actually, college level at this point, or at least I'm hoping so. Okay. Because I really do believe this lifetime I learned a heck of a lot.
I think I guess, like, let me ask you this, Mary. What do you think about being tapped on the shoulder with that pre-birth memory and something like a master coming to you and saying, okay, Mary, we need you to get down there and do this? What do you think about being put in the scenario that you were? You're supposed to help.
No, I had my choice to say no, I didn't want to go. Okay. But I really wasn't doing anything except hanging out with a bunch of girls anyway. All right. I mean, seriously, that's all I was doing. And I must have been at a high enough level to know that if I came here, I wouldn't screw up. Okay. But I think I'm at an even higher level now, because that past life transgression that I had when I was like Mrs. Olson and my daughter lost her leg, I was bitter over what happened to my daughter because she lost her leg. And I remember the feeling that I had was like her life was ruined. She wouldn't be able to find a husband. She wouldn't be able to have a family. That, all these things that I planned for her, which coincidentally happened to be the same nonsense that I had to put up with my mom in this lifetime. She didn't like the idea that I went off on my own, became an engineer. She thought I should marry a doctor or a lawyer. I mean, in Whiting, Indiana, which is all blue collar, we didn't even know doctors or lawyers. Heck, I mean, they weren't there, all right? They were blue collar workers who were hanging out, getting drunk, wrapping their cars around posts. But anyway, no, my mom's mentality was not there. And I decided, I'm going to go off and do it on my own. But the reason it happened was I left home when I was 13. And I became a heroin addict. And then I went cold turkey and got off of heroin, and someone came into my life and gave me Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Yeah. And in Think and Grow Rich, it pretty much says, you're only limited to like what you mentally set yourself out. You could do anything if you put your mind to it. And, I thought I would like to be an engineer. So I applied to Purdue and I got accepted into the School of Battered Housewives, which that's what I call it. It was general education. Okay, anybody could come in. You weren't going for a degree or anything. But I had to get my GED. I had to take all these tests for placement because I didn't even have math skills. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then I applied myself. I got straight A's the first semester, and I was able to transfer into the School of Chemical Engineering, which happened to be closed. But my advisor told me if you apply for summer school, they have to take you because they're short students for summer school. I was like, no kidding, I'll apply for summer school. I got nothing else going on. So anyway, it all worked out. Does that make sense?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
anyway, but I did okay. But that's not the life that my mom saw for me. She wanted me to get married, have a family, have a rich husband who took care of, lived in a nice neighborhood. Okay. And I think when in my past life, that's what I thought my daughter who lost her leg wasn't going to have, the good life. If that makes any sense.
Yes.
So, does it all come around in circle? It does. And for me, in order for me to feel that my life had purpose, in order for me to feel that I was rewarded for the crap that I put up by coming here, and in order for me to feel like I am a better person and I do have more skills and I am a better savior for myself now than I ever was, it's important for me to see life from this perspective that I'm telling you.
That's good. No, I mean, I think as long as you have that sovereign resolve within you, that's awesome. I mean, I think everyone should do walk whatever path you got to walk. But I think at the end of the day, like once the rubber meets the road, so to say, at the time of natural death, then, I think everything related to here, all these attachments that are contained within here and our past lives and our soul groups and everything has to be transcended for us to kind of, almost like the phoenix rising from the ashes and saying, enough, I am taking control of me. That's my opinion.
Something that I want to ask you about.
Sure.
I Master Emil, who appeared to me, when I was studying that mythology, I would like to see him again. So I've always told myself when it's time for me to go home, I want to go see Master Emil. Okay.
You'll get it.
Anyway, you mentioned in your episode with Wayne Bush, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, but there was another book that you said was something that got pulled and you couldn't remember the name. So then Wayne went and found the book. And then when he mentioned the name of the book, you were so excited. You're like, yeah, that's it. That I couldn't even hear the name of the book. Now, what was the name of the book and where do I find it at?
Oh boy, I don't know. I honestly, I don't remember. I don't remember. You'd have to, if you haven't, you said it was in episode 1?
In episode 1, yeah. And I don't remember where it was because I clicked it on before I went to bed last night. I just laid in bed and listened to the whole thing. And I'm sure I nodded in and out every now and then. But and I pretty much listened to the whole amount of it. Okay. And then that was another thing in that episode, which I thought was interesting. You pointed out that you were talking to someone else who was able to remember past life stuff and pre-birth, okay? And he told you that he agreed. The reason he got that was because he agreed when he came here that this would be a difficult life for him if he was going to keep those memories. And when I heard that, I thought, well, maybe that's why a lot of this crap went on with me this life. No.
Yeah, that was Harold. I don't know if Harold's out there. Harold, if you're out there, brother, I would really, really like to set something up with you. I don't know if you changed emails, and again, I apologize for the delay in communication, but I know you said you were going to try and email. If you're listening, Harold, I know you said you're going to send me from send an email from a new email, but I don't know if I got anything, or maybe it went to spam. I'll have to check, but I'd still love to have you on. Harold Mary, woo, he put a hell of a pre-birth memory out there. And just to rewind really quick, the book, I don't remember what book that was, I'm sorry, but if you happen to run across the timestamp and email me like oh, it happened at an hour and 20 minutes or something, you started talking about this, then I'll probably remember it right away.
I don't know what it was. All I know is it was from the Book of the Dead, but it was like pulled from the masses.
Oh, that's I'll get that during the break. I'll try and find it during the break. Okay, now I remember what it is. Actually, hold
this
on.
would be-
I got it. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Keep talking.
No, this would be a good time for me to take a break
Yeah,
because I could go for some water too.
Yeah, we've been going a long time. Okay. All right. Yeah, so we'll bring that we'll bring out the book afterwards. Yeah, I highly recommend the book.
Okay, good.
And we'll get the title and I'll pop it up on screen. And yeah, we'll take about 5.5 minute break and we'll come back. How you doing? You okay? You ready to go for another segment or you okay?
Yeah, we can. I just want to go get some water and get rid of some of the water that I'm holding.
Yes. All right. So take if you need a few extra minutes, don't worry about it. Take as long as you need. Once I see it, we'll meet up again. So we'll be at least about 5.5, 6 minutes, my friends.
Okay.
Thank you, Mary.
All right. See you soon. Yep, that's fine.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience, and welcome back. We are still sitting here with Mary from Opinions from Mary, Pearls of Wisdom. I also want to make sure that you guys check out her YouTube channel. She's posted some great videos, and you can find that link in the description tab of the channel. And Jimmy, if you can pop up Mary's channel in the chat, that would be great. And she also has a book, and that's called Faces or Face of God, and she did author that as under a pen name, so feel free to check that out. There's a link to that in the description as well. But Jimmy, if you could pop up her channel name, that would be great, or her channel link. All right, we are back with Mary. Thank you so much for you okay over there? You got enough do you have enough break time there?
Oh yeah, my ankle's hurting, so I think I'm gonna wrap it and make it happy. But anyway, other than that, everything's great on my end.
All right, great. Okay, yeah, I mean, if you ever, whenever you want to cut things short or whatever, just let me know. We can go for one more segment, or I tend to go a little long sometimes, so don't hesitate to cut me off.
I noticed that. That's what I found your Wayne Bush when I was like 4.5 hours. Like, oh my god.
Well, I actually did one that was over 8 hours.
Oh my gosh. My little videos are like 4 or 5 minutes. That's it.
Oh, look at the baby. There we go. That's all right.
This is Star. There we go.
What's the name?
Star.
Oh, Star's a cutie.
She's a gift from the Amazon driver who said, "Hey, would you like a German Shepherd puppy?" It was like, heck yeah. And look at how gorgeous she is.
Oh, very gorgeous.
Someone give up this wonderful pup.
So the Amazon.
I'll tell you, like German Shepherds, you have to train them.
Yes.
You can't let them go crazy. At 8 months old, go, I can't handle this dog anymore. I'm going to get rid of it. So anyway, but she's learning. And she's getting ready to go into heat. And my friend Kent has his daughter has oh my gosh, I think they paid like $5,000, like major pedigree.
What the hell?
So he wants a pup and I want a pup. So my neighbor wants a pup. So we decided that we're hoping that little newborn puppies aren't as crazy around this house as she was when I got her.
Good luck with that, Mary. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I kind of throwing it out there right now. I'm asking for the universe for help as we talk.
That's right. We'll share in that with you. Okay. So yeah, that's so you got the dog from an Amazon? You got the puppies from an Amazon driver?
Steve, the Amazon driver, he bought a German Shepherd puppy because I have my other dog who's like 11. Okay, and I take care of my animals. So anyway, like but I had no idea. It's oh my gosh! If you go in my yard, I have all kinds of fruit trees planted.
Nice.
And I think I bought out loads of their chicken mesh.
Oh.
Why?
Protect. Oh, we lost you. We lost your audio. Here, I'll stop my video. Oh, yeah, we lost your video and your audio, Mary. If you can maybe just stop and restart them.
A purpose, and whoever had her never taught her.
Oh,
You know?
yeah, I'm sorry, Mary. We lost you again. Can you just hit stop and on the video and the audio again?
Okay.
And we have to rewind about maybe 30 seconds. So we were talking about the Amazon driver and then the mesh fence.
Yeah, so I have chicken mesh all throughout my property. I mean, it's like a war zone with chicken mesh. I kid you not. But that's because I had to stop her from doing it. Anyway, this is one thing. People who have German Shepherds, they need to know this. German Shepherds need a purpose. And the purpose that most German Shepherds have is protection. Okay, they're very good at that, and they're very good herders. So they'll, chase cats or whatever. But protection is a big one. Whoever had her did not teach her really much. You know what I mean? So if you're going to get that breed, they're a wonderful dog. And what's really sad are German Shepherds are one owner dogs. So it's really not fair to any German Shepherd that if you get a Shepherd that you don't spend the time to train. They're so easy to train, but you got to train them, and they're a forever dog. I mean, don't get one unless you're willing to do whatever it takes forever.
Yep. That's good.
Okay, so that's my public service announcement.
I love it. That's a good one. All right, so I wanted to kind of go into, you had in chapter 17 of your book, page 278, and we're going to cover two different things. You have a place of hell, selfish, greedy souls gnawing at each other. And then chapter 19, you had Brutus and Tasha remaining earthbound. Can we start with chapter 17, a place of hell, selfish, greedy souls gnawing at each other? You mind expanding on that, please?
Yeah, let me go to that. What page is that?
That's page 278.
278?
Chapter 17. At least that's what it shows here. Or actually, it's a double page, so probably split that in half.
I remember, I'm looking at the book. 278. 278.
Place of hell. Selfish, greedy souls gnawing at each other.
I remember after my divorce, I remember seeing something like really scary. That's probably what you're talking about. I don't remember all the details about it. So, a place of hell. He reveals the deep. Okay. Suffering and the sickness of the weak from my hepatitis and the treatments. Okay. So what page do you want? Page 270?
Well, yeah, I'm just curious what you can expand upon on selfish, greedy souls gnawing at each other.
Yes. Okay. So, okay. Now I know what you're talking. Okay. Came back. Where are you? Back on the video here. Okay. My ex-husband, at the time he was my husband, he decided to run off with some woman who thought they both played each other. He told her he was wealthy and that all that stuff was his, even though it was all mine, and that she told him she was. Oh, anyway, bottom line is they were just two greedy people. Okay, and I saw, like people gnawing at each other. You know what I mean? To where they would devour each other. So to me, it was like a place of hell. That's what I saw going on. So I think there are some people that are that selfish, that uncaring, that non-empathetic towards others. The girl that my husband ran off with, she was a bartender. Okay. Come on. Don't tell me bartenders.
In Vegas. Right?
Yeah. Okay. So don't tell me bartenders in Vegas. No, I haven't heard every story under the sun and don't know any better. Anyway, so they ended up both getting theirs. But I saw that. That was revealed to me for some reason that's pretty much what they signed up for. Now, my ex-husband, he ended up dumping her after he took everything away from her, spent or whatever. But long story short, he ended up jumping off a bridge when the police were chasing after him here in Vegas.
Damn.
And UMC, I guess, is a wonderful hospital because they kept him alive, even though he died several times. But yeah, so now he has brain damage to where he can't like do anything. It took him a long time just to learn how to go to the bathroom with a lot of therapy and stuff.
Damn.
So he's like major mentally compromised. But check this out. He remembers everything to a T of what life was like when he was with me.
Wow.
He remembers the work that we did. He remembers our business, our home, the phone numbers, everything. Okay. But yet he can't like hold a hammer or anything because he's so disabled right now.
Damn.
So you know what? Good for him. Okay. So seriously, what he did to me, I wouldn't have done to a cockroach. I kid you not.
I'm
I mean,
sorry,
every now and then I have to kill a cockroach, but I say I'm sorry before I squish him, and I try to make it painless.
Yeah.
But with him, what he did to me was I wouldn't do to a cockroach.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it was really that bad. So anyway, good for them. They both got it, and I guess she has issues too. You know what I mean? So
I'm sure.
anyway, so that's one of the few times that I actually saw karma in this lifetime.
Upfront and personal.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it still wasn't a good. That's one decision I wouldn't do all over again. I'll tell you that right now. But whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. You don't
okay.
deserve
And then you
that.
wanted to know about Brutus and Tasha?
Yeah, and about the remaining Earthbound.
Okay, so backing up. Tasha, she had arthritis so badly they wanted to put her down, but your animals will tell you when they're ready to go.
Absolutely. 100%.
So she wasn't ready to go. So she just like lived on Rimadyl. And then I remember the vet saying, oh my gosh, she probably has no liver. You know what I mean? Because she's been living on Rimadyl for so long. So we can't give you any more Rimadyl unless we do blood work. And then I remember the vet coming back going, oh my gosh, her liver's perfect. And I'm like, okay, good. All right. So give me some more Rimadyl. Okay. Anyway, but then Brutus, his heart enlarged to the point where he couldn't like walk anymore. You know what I mean? And it was like a normal pump, but it was like barely pumping. So his hind legs were getting, and so I had to like towel carry him to get him to the vet. And, they said, that's it, I mean, his heart stopped. So anyway, Brutus didn't come home with us, and it was just me and Tasha. And, she was sitting at the front window, just looking out, like, when's Brutus coming? You know what I mean? And it was so sad. But I knew she was ready to go at that point. Yeah. And so I took her to the vet, and I couldn't do it. Oh, my gosh. It was like, yeah, she's ready to go, And then I remember saying to her, I go, but I can't do it. And I remember Tasha just, like, looked at me and, like had a sigh, like I'm exhausted. I have to. Yeah. And so anyway, she went, and I came home, but then I sensed them, I felt their presence. And then I even looked in my backyard, and the two of them were like young again, playing, you know what I mean? I saw that. I was like, oh my gosh. And it's like when I went to bed, they were both in the room, like how it was, like when nothing changed. I could just sense and feel them. Sure. And finally, it just got to the point that I felt I wasn't being fair to them. And I told them I was going to be okay, that I appreciated them very much. And it was time for them to move on, and then they left. And then they didn't sense them anymore. So is that what you wanted to know? Yeah.
It's always tough having to put down an animal and let them go. And I think Miss Ellie in the chat makes a good point. She says animals are ready to go anytime. They're actually waiting for you to be ready. I've experienced both, where twice, one end of the spectrum to the other, where you know, they basically tell you they're ready. But then, of course, like there's that whole, you know, human emotional component of clinging to the animal, and sometimes they'll hang on longer than they should. And yeah, and they almost are waiting for us to
with
make a
Tasha,
decision.
she also had Brutus here too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. And funny enough, my mother had a black lab named Tasha. You know, growing up. So, you know.
Yeah, they're special.
Yeah.
I had a Labrador too. That's yeah.
Good dogs.
They're special dogs. That's Labradors, German Shepherds. I had a Weimaraner once. Oh my gosh, that's a unique breed right there. Yeah, Phil, but that one, that one was a bit much for me. Yeah, so Labradors and German Shepherds seem to be my dogs of choice, my preference. Although pit bulls are pretty good too.
Yeah, I had a pit. I had a pit for many years. Actually, she lived almost 18 years old. And I adopted her when she was just under 3, and like, oh, she was abused heavily, and they dyed cigarettes out on her. I mean, just horrible.
How could people do that kind of stuff? And I'm surprised that she lived that long.
Well, I think, you know, I like to look at it as like, you know, she had a, you know, she went from having like the worst to, you know, not to toot my own horn, but the best, you know, like I took care of her, you know, we went on walks all the time, and she ate well, you know, her coat recovered, like she was flea infested. I mean, so, she had like, they used to fight her, and you can tell she just was not a fighter dog. Like, and they had the, oh God, they had the collar with the spikes that like went into the neck. I mean, just they fucked her up, and I looked at almost 20 dogs that day. This was like right after I turned 18, too. 18, 19 years old. No, 18. And you know, I went through all the dogs. She was the last one I looked at. She just came up to me and put her head on my lap and just like looked up to me like, please get me out of here. And like, you know, I was like, okay. I was like, I know we got a lot of work to do. I mean, she just she had just horrible in the beginning, but you know, she turned out to be the best dog ever. Pit bulls are awesome. They're great dogs. It's just a matter of, like any dog, it's just a matter of how you train them. But yeah, that when she passed, and I had to put her down, it was like I just for 2 years I didn't get a dog because I didn't want to go through that again. I just couldn't. But I caved. I got another dog, and you know, a lot of good memories. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, Angie was a good girl. All right, so let's see where else we're gonna head. I think I'd like to kind of touch upon chapter 12. Page 158, where you're talking about Indian Brave meeting a spirit in person.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That was just walking down my hallway upstairs in my nice house, and it was just a bedroom, you know, set up for like if any guests came or whatever. And out of the corner of my eye, it was like, what? And I looked, and there was an Indian Brave. Also like 19-ish. So I guess when we die, we become 19 all over again. Just like sitting there, just like pondering, like, why am I here? And I was like, wow. And I turned around to go back and talk to him, but then he wasn't there anymore. I didn't see him. So, but what was interesting was there were sister missionaries that would come to my house, and I would, I was, at that time I was active in church. Okay.
Mhm.
And so one of the things was you would sign up to take the missionaries out to eat. Well, they had it where they'd go to people's houses to eat, but I didn't cook,
Yeah,
you
so
know?
yeah, you're stuck with paying the bill. I got you.
Yeah, so they would
Yeah.
come over, and of course, they're missionaries, so you always said a prayer. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? And what was really funny was they said, we always feel the presence of the spirit of the. Well, I think they were talking about the Holy Spirit, of the spirit of the house, in your house, whenever we come here. And I was like, well, it's not the Holy Spirit. I go, we have a spirit in this house, and other people felt his spirit too. They would say, do you feel a spirit in this house? And so originally I thought it was a young woman because it was felt like a gentle soul, like a woman. You know what I mean? And then when I saw the Indian brave, it was like, oh my gosh, it's not a young woman, it's a young Indian brave. And then it made sense because where we lived at, and this area here was there was
Burial grave, burial site.
Huh?
Was it an Indian or Native American burial grave?
Well, I don't know. It could have been, for all I know. But but they roamed here, and I can't remember the name of the Indians that were really well known that this was their land.
Mm-hmm.
But that's who lived here. Okay, before it took off to become the big, city that it is. I think before it was like really anything, that's who lived here.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's in, I want to say Yukon, but that wasn't the name. Whatever the tribe, I think it's in my book. Does it say what the name of that tribe was?
I don't recall off the top of my head. Sorry.
Okay, well, anyway, but then it made sense. It's like, oh yeah, Indians used to roam here like 100 years ago. Okay, so this must be like some lost Indian, Anyway, so anyway, the sisters, would come over and, and every time we were in I had like a reception room. And so that's where we would like do our praying and stuff. And anyway, we could just all feel his presence, and then one day we decided, we really think and he really enjoyed listening to us pray. No, he did. It was always there. And, we told them, we said, look, we know you're here, and we could communicate to you, but you can't communicate back. And it's really not fair to you. Like, it's time for you to move on.
Sure.
So don't be afraid. It's like you're earthbound and, you have things to do. You should just move on. And so we didn't know what we were doing. So he says, just if you find the light, just don't be afraid. Go into it, and
dun, dun, dun.
And anyway, you know what? We never felt his presence after that.
That's what happens. That's what happens. It's crazy. Well, not crazy, but it's I've talked to a lot of people who well, not a lot of people, but enough people who experience just like what you experience, where they feel this presence, they feel this energy, and they're actually Night Sky, who I'm very close with, and we I hope by the way, Night Sky, if you're out there, I hope you're doing well and enjoying yourself on your vacation, sister. She told me how she had this energy in her house, and felt like it needed to be quote unquote liberated, or let go, like it was just kind of earthbound, hanging around type of deal. And I don't remember how long it took her to kind of conclude all of that, but she helped get it to the light. But she says, looking back on that, having known what she knows now about how the whole light functions, she wouldn't have done that. But, I think, we all go about this journey, and want to help and hope that we're doing what we can, and there's nothing wrong with it. It is what it is, because if it wasn't us, it would be someone else. And most of the times they are clinging to their earthly form, their previous earthly form, and have trouble with moving on. And my opinion is, strong opinion, is that the light is part of the problem, but that doesn't well, I mean because the characteristics of the light is that it tries to get us with this love bomb. It has to initiate this frequency, like in near-death experiences, as they go closer and closer and closer to the light, as they're, going through the tunnel at like ridiculous speeds, and they see like the pinprick of light, and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, then they start to feel more love and more love and more love, and then by the time they get there, it's like, oh, like this, like.
Well, hold on a second here, though, Mark. Sure. I know you're anti-light and all this, but
I'm anti-white light.
No.
Love bomb.
The energy that comes off of the white light, okay, was what I saw with my mother. Sure. Was a beautiful, warm, loving experience versus the no light that I experienced with the angel of death with my father.
Yeah,
was not that.
Sure.
I mean, okay.
Sure.
So I think it goes both ways. I think people get what they need to.
The only thing I'll add, Mary, like, is that again, like the near-death experiencers, overwhelmingly, most of them have positive experiences. I think it varies, but between like 13 and 20% have negative experiences. Maybe it's more and it's underreported. I don't know. And the ones that have the negative ones talk about like the void-like state, like where it's darkness and like negative. But they'll also talk about how they have like something like a pinprick of light, or I interviewed someone which I still to this day have not put out, but I will, who had an NDE, I don't know, last year before, I think it was last year. And anyways, he had like something like an altar, and he was getting his ass kicked from every which direction. But if he looked at this altar, it had the pinprick of light, and they would just he would zone in on it, and it would make him feel comfortable and happy, and it give him relief. But as soon as he kind of took his intention and direction off of it to like all the negative crap that was happening, then all hell would break loose. But he'd always have that altar.
What kind of negative stuff? Was someone beating him up?
Well, I got to be careful with this one. Let's just say he was in a position within the military where, okay, he was a sniper. Okay. So obviously, if you have that type of background, well, you're probably going to have a guilt trip that comes along with it, which kind of goes to the whole intention factor. And in my opinion, the Matrix kind of molds that around them. Like there was, so he went into the experience, even though he's a highly, highly religious man. LDS specifically. He did some things in his life that he wasn't proud of. Okay. And so he had a very big medical condition unravel. And I can't even really talk about that. But anyways, given the last, you can imagine what happened the last couple of years, but there was clearly some misdirection in what he was told he had, which is a whole nother story in and of itself. But what I find are, like, you have those who are in positions of, deep depression, suicidal. They maybe are in military, or they're in some position where they know deep down inside themselves that they didn't exactly live the most
Yes.
yeah, like they did some messed up shit. All right. And so they feel like they're meeting their maker. And so because that is like entrenched within them, we're creator beings, we're intention. And, NDE research proves overwhelmingly, like, all of the experts out there who have been looking at this stuff, and I'm not Mr. like, oh, listen to the experts on everything. No, but it's very clear that if someone has an NDE, it is going to produce results based on a belief system. Or some sort of highly spiritual experience may occur as a basis off of a belief system. Now, can that happen every time? No, but high percentage it's going to happen. Just like when you were younger and you saw Mary in your garden. Mm-hmm. Well, you saw Mary in your garden because you had a preconception of what Mary should be, or what you maybe thought it would be, right?
No, but see, that's what's actually interesting about that, because when I saw Mary in the garden, okay, in church, her attire was blue and her veil was white. Okay. What I saw in the garden, that wasn't the case. It was reversed. The veil was blue and her garment was white.
Okay, but you still saw Mary, and you have.
Well, I know, but it's not like. But I remember that because it's like, wait, why is it reversed? So then, when I was in Medjugorje, that's where the Virgin Mary appears children.
No, thank you.
Okay, yeah. They had her depicted with the blue veil and the white garment.
Okay.
I was like, well, that's real interesting. So the kids are seeing her with the blue veil and the white the same way I saw her, not the way the St. John the Baptist school decided to depict her. Does that make sense?
Sure. I mean, the only thing I'll add is that, you still had the predisposition of a Mary character. I mean, if it's inverted or whatever, had you believed in Muhammad or Buddha or whatever, then chances are, high chances are that the Matrix, in my opinion, is going to deliver that based on a preconceived belief system that was taught. Now, yes, there are exceptions. There are absolutely exceptions. Sure.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
This is how I interpret it.
Sure.
Okay, I interpret it as there was something going on in my life at that time to where I needed some type of outside influence or outside assistance to provide protection for me.
Sure.
In some way, emotional, whatever. So that's how I see it.
Okay.
So it's not like, they teach you this stuff. I think something was happening in my life to where that happened. The same way when I was on the airplane, coming back from Mayo Clinic, and I felt a hug. I needed that at that time.
Sure.
Just all, does that make any sense?
Oh no, it makes sense. Your interpretation.
So this is a good matrix.
Well, I mean, let me just ask this, Mary. You clearly knew about Mary before the experience, right?
Probably. I mean, I was raised Catholic, and I'm sure
that's kind of the point.
Christened, and I went to. I'm sure I went to church every week from the time I was born. I mean, it just wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I might not remember anything, but
Sure.
yeah.
Well, I mean, like that's kind of what I'm alluding at. Like, if if, whatever situation we grow up in, like from especially birth to age 7, and that, it goes beyond that, but birth to age 7, we are just sponge for information. We just take it all in. And then a lot of times going forward past the age of 6 or 7, then it kind of molds our perception of what we know, what we think we know, or what we expect, or what we believe in, or what we know to be true, whatever it is. And we can have experiences based on those perceptions that we grew up familiar with. If clothing's inverted, that doesn't really, and just to be blunt, it doesn't really matter, because it's the belief system, it's the scriptures that were and the talks that you absorbed at a certain age, and then you're provided an experience. Now, yes, it did help you, which is awesome. It helped you. It was what you needed in the time, just like the hug on the airplane. That's awesome. Okay, like I'm not discounting that it didn't help you in the moment and be pivotal for you going forward or when you needed it. I mean, that's great. What I'm trying to say is that that's how deep this can go, that it can provide us these experiences based on our interactions with it or perceptions of it, because we were sponges and move forward with it.
I want to
Sure.
pick your brain on
Please,
something.
yes.
I haven't shared this with anyone really that I know of. So a friend of mine wanted to be a Buddhist, and so she took me to a Buddhist temple for some ceremony.
Sure.
And, I could really care less, to be honest with you. Okay. But I remember sitting there, and they came around with, something like with like water, and then like spraying like some kind of incense or whatever. I mean, it was part of their ritual thing.
Sure.
And like, you're supposed to be quiet and meditate, and my attitude was kind of like, yeah, right. Okay, sure. Okay. But anyway, I was quiet and, just kind of like kept my eyes closed and decided, whatever happens, happens. And I ended up being thrown back to the time of Christ.
What?
Where after he was crucified and his body was in the tomb. Okay. And I remember, and it was me, and I remember hearing that he was killed. And I remember saying, oh my gosh, he did nothing wrong. He was such a, like a gentle, good person. And he was in the tomb. Like, I don't know if he had risen from the dead at that point or whatever, but he was in the tomb, and I was outside of the tomb where he was at. And the tomb, I remember it was like it was like in a hill kind of thing, but it was like kind of straight, like you could walk into it. And there was like other people that were also buried in there, or like he wasn't the only one. But yeah. And I just thought that was really interesting that I had like that recollection, and I still have it now. It was that strong after sitting in this Buddhist ceremony. So what do you make of that? Where did that come from? And I wasn't doing.
How old were you?
That was. I was 45, 46.
So you had you already had your, quote unquote programming of, Catholicism and what you thought Jesus was. I mean, I learned about the whole cave thing and stuff like that. I mean, I guess if I went with it, then I would expect that, competing religions, depending on where my strength was, like you in the beginning, you said like, you went into it like, whatever. then it's like, okay, so what would the Matrix logically do? It would give you the experience that, would most comfort you in that moment, because it would be a pivotal experience. If you, whatever it was, an out of body experience, or a lucid dream think or some sort of heightened consciousness moment. And it would provide that experience, because that's what it seems to me. I mean, if I think it would be different if, well, it really wouldn't matter, because you kind of went into it with your thoughts on it already, and the Matrix is like, okay, oh well, okay, Mary, likes or used to sign onto this, or still signs onto this, whatever it was thinking. Let's eliminate the Buddhist aspect of things and make sure we keep her in the the Jesus outside the cave type thing. That's my opinion. I mean,
well, I just thought it was interesting.
It is.
I went to this Buddhist thing with my friend, with like no. I just went because she didn't want to go by herself. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I wasn't expecting anything to happen at all, period. And for that to happen, it just really, really surprised me. Because what they were saying, I didn't even understand what they were saying. They were talking in some kind of tongue that, I mean, I didn't understand their ritual. So I just figured, just sit here and be quiet.
Sure. Hey, whatever, I hear you. I mean, all my opinion is on it is that our intention is powerful, our belief system is powerful, and that was like my biggest takeaway with a lot of these experiencers, is that it seems that our intention, our experience is crafted and molded around that, and that we do play a big part in that. But there also seems to be exterior influences that kind of take advantage of that. That's just my opinion. Again, I'm not. That's just my opinion, because it just pops up time and time again.
Okay, so your analogy of the Matrix combined with my analogy of the University of Hard Knocks is like, basically, there's a teacher in my University of Hard Knocks that's watching her classroom pupils, and when she feels that they need something, she gives it to them.
Or, well, it could
tricks with the people that they're like yes, no, maybe.
I think that's part of it, because I think part of it has to do with our life script, but I think it's just kind of interesting how a lot of it shows up in moments that we yearn for it, or need it, or desire it, or it's traumatic, where we need that connection. And it seems time and time again that it appears in those moments of need. And I just kind of beg the question and say, well, why is it so often in those moments? Now, yeah, there could be, why does, praying to Jesus work for people? Because their intention is in on it. Their intention is all in. Like, they're in that time of need when they need Jesus most. And they're putting their intention. If we're creator beings and capable of bringing forth that creator being abilities in conjunction with it, an outside force that is constantly trying to get to control us. And no matter how much free will we think we have, we're still limited. I mean, the free will aspect of us is absolutely there. I don't deny it. I mean, some people like to say, oh, free will doesn't exist. Well, it exists because we still can make decisions. We can decide to look into certain things, or take a left versus a right. But the problem is free will is confined within the body that we walk in. And that is limited. It's governed, kind of like we were talking about earlier about how, you know, you rent a Penske or a U-Haul and it's limited to 70 miles per hour or whatever it is. But, you know, I mean, if we don't have access to everything in our true spirit essence self, then how can we possibly put trust in something, or much less in all of ourselves, when we're so lacking and so limited? And then all of a sudden at death, like these beings coming like, come on, come to the light, let's go, come on, chop. You know, oh, remember this? You love this one, you love that one. Come on, let's go. I mean, isn't that kind of a problem? Like, and we're just supposed to blindly trust them, Mary.
Okay, well, the people that I know, as far as death is concerned, it's not like they walked into the light intentionally. Like their bodies,
they're lured. Their bodies gave out. Okay, so Cookie, I mean, she wasn't going to survive that. No,
okay?
I know.
And then also, you know, I wasn't with Brutus when he got put down, but his heart stopped. Okay. Anyway, my dad, he was supposed to die a month before he actually died. And then my mom, she quit doing her dialysis, and then the morphine, obviously that took over. Yeah. So it's not like these people had a choice to say, no, I'm not going.
Yeah, no. See, that's different. Like what I'm talking about is way different. Like everyone expires. Okay. Everyone has to move on. But what I am saying is that it seems that there is always something trying to get us to go along with the show, to agree with it, to follow it, like as if that's like we have to obey something exterior to ourselves, instead of standing our ground and saying at the time of death, okay, I'm gonna do my own thing, I'm gonna take control of me, and then let me just see what happens.
I think it's backwards, based on what you're saying and looking at what I've seen. Okay, I think that we are creating our own death. Okay, that we are the ones who create. So for my mom, her mother Olga was there, and also she probably had unresolved issues with my father. So the fact that I was at peace. Okay. And I think she knew that my father wasn't the horrible person that he was, because he wasn't. My father gave his life to save mine. And, you know,
I heard that. Yeah.
From a place of love. Anyway, so because of that,
Oh, we lost you. Mary, we lost your audio. Let me stop my video. If you could stop and restart your video and audio, that would be great. I'm sorry. You there? Mary?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yep, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
Your video feed's a little choppy, but that's okay.
Like with my dad, maybe, you know, I don't understand that angel of death and everything getting black. But what's really weird is, why is it that when he was coming out of his coma, he's talking to people at the Roosevelt Club who already died? I mean, that doesn't even make any sense to me.
Okay. So, can I pause you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I actually wanted to talk about this earlier when you brought it up. So he's already on his way out, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's on his way out, and he's familiar with these, you know, beings that he knew at the Roosevelt Club, or possibly in a past life. I don't know. I mean, these are people that he connected with at some point.
Yeah. And well, they were his drinking buddies at the Roosevelt Club.
Yeah. So they're there to try and usher him in, because that's what the system uses. It uses our attachments to try and get us to go with it.
But what I'm saying is, if we're the creators, who's to say we're not creating that?
Oh, we could be. I like this whole system that we're in. We could be behind it, but that doesn't.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean that we have to go along with it, right, Mary? We could still say, "Hey, screw you! I'm going my own way." I mean, this is one. I mean, think about it. It's just one section of reality that we live in. Who said? Why do we have to listen? Why do we have to? Why do we have to trust something that, again, we come here under the veil of forgetfulness, we have limited knowledge, limited knowing, and then all of a sudden at the time of death, like, you have a reunion, yay, okay, and we're just supposed to just go along with it?
Yeah.
Why don't?
Well, actually,
why should we?
Hold on.
Sure.
Hold on.
Sure.
Because a lot of people aren't really leaders. Okay. And I don't want to, there's leaders and there's followers. I know what my characteristic is as an individual. And I know that I make decisions very quickly. And if I don't agree with something, I don't care what, I'm not going to go do it. Okay. But a lot of people don't have that. A lot of people are very compliant. That's a good word.
Oh yeah.
They're very compliant to where that is their comfort to comply. So for them, they're going to comply anyway because that's their comfort zone. So for people who aren't, and I think I'm compliant if I agree with someone, but if I don't agree with it, I can't do that because that's not who I am. All right. And so I would think so for the people who are very compliant, they're going to go along with whatever. But I think they also create where they're going because of that compliancy. So they're going to have someone there waiting for them to help them usher in more compliance so that they're welcome home. And other people like me, when when Princess, who was another dog who had to get put down, who wanted to go, when she went and she wanted to go, like you said, dogs, she looked back at me like, what? Aren't you coming? Okay. And I remember saying to her, don't worry, I'll be along later. Okay. I'll be there soon, just to calm her down. And she's like, okay, and then she went. And anyway, so I've always told myself, well, it wouldn't surprise me if Cookie comes when it's my time. But even though Cookie comes, I still want to go see Master Emo. So that's already in my head, if that makes sense. There you
go. Well, that's what you'll get, Mary.
I don't think I'm going to want to be a Tibetan master. I just want to go visit him and say hi and see what they got going on. And then,
what if that's a trap?
Huh?
What if that's a trap?
What trap?
What if your desire to, go see this master
Emo?
Yeah. I mean, like I actually went through Tibetan Buddhism. I went through Zen Buddhism. I was in Tibetan Buddhism for maybe a year. And I have loads of books on it and fell into that. And then I went to Zen Buddhism with Thich Nhat Hanh, and I moved into the monastery for a month. I almost became a Zen Buddhist monk.
What monastery? Were you in Tibet?
No, I wasn't in Tibet. No. I only local in the northeast of the U.S.
But that's what I want to see. I want to go see the Tibet. I want to go see Master Emo where he lives in Tibet.
Then go for it. While you're here.
Huh?
Go do it while you're here. Don't do it in the astral. That's all I'm saying. Like, why roll the dice, Mary? Because you're talking about not being compliant, but what if it's all set up in a way?
No, the Master Emo doesn't live with like the Dalai Lama. There's like to get to go see him, it's like beyond the veil.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. Out of body experience.
He's not, I mean, like, I'm sure he could pop up in flesh and blood, but they've been around for a long time. And not only that, Jesus Christ hangs out with them too at times.
Well,
Okay?
isn't that kind of an issue? Like, if all these people are hanging out together, like, how do we know? I mean, like, one of the biggest quotes out there is like, what is it? The biggest trick the devil ever pulled was telling you that, or letting you know that he didn't exist, or something like that. I don't remember exactly how it's worded, but I mean, just because they perceive, like, there are many,
but I don't believe there's a devil. I really
I'm
don't.
not saying there's a devil either. I'm saying there's parasites.
Fall in them,
I'm sorry.
and that people do like greedy, selfish things. That's not good. But I don't think there's a devil. But I do believe that people do worship the devil. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I do believe that, but I think that's kind of like a choice. Like there's different choices. There's you could choose good or you could choose bad, kind of thing.
Or you can just choose sovereignty, right? And then,
okay, what do you mean? What do you mean by just choose sovereignty?
Okay, so like again, like my biggest deal, like I am not saying I know anything. Okay, all I know is that I see what I see in this world. It doesn't look right, doesn't feel right, doesn't seem right. And then there's, of course, the other side that it looks good. We're in this duality, but all I do see in history is this constant nagging and taking over of us as individuals, robbing our sovereignty time and time and time again. And we're in this limited perception, because everything is perception based. So whatever we consume, whatever we look at, that is our interpretation of what we think is going on. Okay? And then at the time of death, all these beings or a being, something we connect with, tries to get us to go with it. It tries to get us to just blindly consent, blindly give our intention to go towards the light, the tunnel, or go with it and trust it when we just died. Okay, just imagine we just died right here, Mary. We just, boom, popped out. Okay. And all of a sudden, like leading up to that moment, maybe like, this one comes to visit, this one comes to visit and says, okay, well, hey, come on, FC, come on, Mary, let's go. We gotta hightail it to the light. We gotta go to the tunnel. Just trust me. Everything's gonna be fine. Why should we give blind consent, blind trust in something that we don't know? Because what they do is they come at us right when we're leaving our body. Talk about the most opportune moment imaginable, because we have not had time, even though time doesn't exist. We haven't had time to acclimate to our true spirit essence, because we've been bombarded time and time and time again, and we just need to give ourselves some time. That's the bare minimum that I'm putting out there. Like, I think that we have to give ourselves that time, that moment, so that we're not messed with, so that we're not like or not even not messed with, but like, so at least that we have the ability to make a rational decision. And that's the minimum that we deserve. But my opinion is that the moment we leave our body and realize that we've died, that we shield ourselves up, because again, we're creator beings. We shield ourselves up so that there is no auditory, visual, telepathic communication. We are basically equivalent to being invisible. And then our intention is to transcend this matrix completely, equivalent to teleporting to our own realm of our own creation that is impenetrable. Nothing can mess with it. And then give ourselves some time. Basically, we'll self-quarantine ourselves. And then You know, I mean, who knows? Like, again, who knows how long we've been around, how much we've learned. I mean, don't we deserve, Mary, to know like our strengths and weaknesses as a creator being? Or should we just blindly follow these things?
But who's to say that you're not going to do that? Because I'm hearing you talk, and I'm thinking of what I saw with my mom. Now, my mom, who needed help to do everything. My God, she couldn't even get out of my car because she couldn't undo her seatbelt, which is at my house. I mean, come on. Okay. Mm-hmm. And that's just, okay. Anyway, so she dies. She's out of her body. She probably feels great because she's not in any more pain anymore. I'm at peace because I'm seeing my father. Olga's there. Okay. So what's she going to do? She wants someone to, like, based on what she was like here in this world, she wants someone to help her move on. Okay. So, like I said, there's people who are very compliant. There's people who, like, don't do for themselves. There's people who blame everything for what happens in their life when even it's all their own fault, but they can't do that because they're dependent on someone else for everything.
Or it's because that's the system they grew up in. Maybe this place is set up in such a way that it wants us to become self-reliant on it and believe in it.
Well, that didn't happen to me. It didn't happen to you.
But you know, let me just say this. Like, I was brainwashed. I was, you know, a victim of the system for a while, for many, I hate to say victim, but, you know, brainwashed in the system for multiple decades, few decades. Okay.
Yeah.
But, you know, I still had a spiritual component within me. But the problem is again, it's the makeup of the human experience as it goes through life during certain periods that kind of takes us away from us and makes us buy into the distractions and all of the bullshit that happens here. And again, all I'm saying is, like, just as much effort that we put in today in this conversation, after all of our life experience, why shouldn't we put that same scrutiny and pressure when we're crossing over? Why should we if we don't blindly trust the government today and all of the insanity that happens in this realm, then Mary, why should we just blindly trust the afterlife? Like, immediately, because they're coming right at us.
Okay,
why should we put that trust there, Mary?
But Mark, there's a lot of people who do trust the insanity.
That's their problem. That's not our problem.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't think that's fair. I think what's fair is we bring onto ourselves what we need at the time. And I do believe that we do create where we're going when it's time to go, be it through thoughts or whatever, you know, for our comfort. And because if there was anything foreign, okay, people wouldn't go. They'd be like, whoa, what is this? Oh, I'm dead. Oh my gosh, what do I do now? Okay. So I think we're actually creating, like, oh, wow, yeah, I want to go because I created that, if that makes any sense.
But, you know, I mean, you know, that's one scenario out of many, right, Mary? I mean, maybe we had something to do with building this place, but maybe it got taken over. Maybe it got infiltrated. Maybe some parasite came from within the multiverse and said, hey, Earth is mine now. I'm going to get you, you know, and I'm going to control every bit of you, and I'm going to put this veil over you, and you're not going to remember anything, and then we're going to have you recycling here lifetime after lifetime.
I still like my University of Hard Knocks, to where we're growing, developing, getting bigger, better, stronger.
I used to like that too. Right, that's like, I'm not gonna say I fell for it, but yeah, I mean, like I've had that belief too, like, you know, like being tough, being stronger, dealing with bullshit, you know, puts hair on your chest and all that stuff, or whatever. Not in your case, Mary, but you know, yeah. I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Well, they do have to pluck out a couple chin whiskers every now and then. So I don't know about the best part, though. Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, like, all I'm saying, Mary, is, like, I just think the days of, look, if we don't blind trust here, and I mean, you've got the pre-birth memory, Mary. And I mean, really, the pre-birth memory that, like, and just think about, like, something higher than you approached you and said, "Hey, Mary," and, you know, your little buddies in the park, they're saying, "Hey, Mary, we got to get you down there. We got to improve things here." Nothing's improving here. I mean, that
I know.
clearly is the point. I mean, doesn't it seem a little scammy to you, or like looking at it? Like, don't you think all you have to do?
I tell you, that's why I said what I found on eBay, like 600 of these Abraham Hicks tapes that someone's getting rid of, because that's very expensive to follow that, you know. And I wouldn't.
That's the way it's set up. Yeah.
But I mean, they're making money on it, and good for them. But I'm not into that. Okay, to me, you can find, and whatever you need is available with whatever resources you have. And I wasn't going to go pay all that, but I did pay. I want to say I spent a couple $100 to get all these CDs, and it took me a long time to listen to them.
I'm in the wrong business, I guess.
Well, no, I mean, and some people
I'm not
do
in
it.
a business.
Anyway, that's not where I'm at. But for what it's worth, from that, and it took a bit to understand, because a lot of the same questions came up. It's like, why does God let bad things happen? And it answered that question because there's, number one, has to be the balance, and number two, it is a free world. So people who are into rotten, evil things are attracted to that. People who aren't into that, stay away from that. And I think you kind of need like that teeter-totter to where you have that balance. So that's why I think this world, as screwed up as it is, because the truth that is now coming out, maybe that needs to come out because it's unable to keep the balance in check, because so many people have like moved on to that side of the teeter-totter. So right now, good people are now like, oh my gosh, I had no idea it was that bad. Okay. Yeah. And so maybe that's why it's coming out now. You know, I said there was a theory, okay, to like the reason that this is so bad right now is because
it's Earth.
There was supposed to be a solar flare, okay, and with like the Mayan calendar, and that was like in 2012, right? To where the whole world was already going to be wiped out. But because that did not happen, now the people who thought it was going to be wiped out, now they don't know what to do, okay? Because it's like, oh my gosh, we're not supposed to be here anyway. So I don't know. All I know is it's a bit of a roller coaster ride. And if I was watching a movie that kind of exposed a lot of this stuff here, yeah, they'd probably make a pretty good movie. So that's pretty much the attitude I'm taking about it. I don't agree with a lot of stuff I'm seeing. I don't appreciate a lot of stuff I'm seeing. But I think I found the truth. And I just posted a video after talking to my friend Kent. And then watching the guy, Patrick Lancaster, who's, he's boots on the ground talking to refugees and stuff. I'm really seeing a lot of what's there and like what's being reported and what's really happening being two different stories.
It's a Matrix distraction, in my opinion. I think everything is designed to distract, and I mean that's really what I see within this Matrix. It goes back to the times of posting the tablets and the news in the town square. They put it up every day, and then everyone huddles around the news and they want to think that, okay, well, this is what reality is like. This is what's really going on, but we're not there. No one's there. I just think about my introduction to again, I'm a young, impressionable youth, okay, at 18, and I vote in my first election, and it is Gore versus Bush. And just all hell breaks loose in Florida. I mean, the butterfly ballots, and I'm just like, what is going on? What is going on? Like, this is my introduction to the world. And then all of a sudden, like, that whole thing happens in New York a year or two later, a couple years later, whatever. And, and then I have got all this, I'm all built up with rage and, like, I want to join the forces and fight this bullshit. How dare they assault our country? And then a few years later,
that was all set up.
Well, yeah, but that's the point. That's the point. Yeah. Like, we're being taken for a ride. So how can the afterlife necessarily be trusted, Mary? We have to apply logic to what we're experiencing here, Mary, right? Isn't that like a good...
But I don't think the afterlife has anything to do with what's here.
It sure does, because it sends us here. It sent you here. You have a memory of it, hon.
Okay, I think the afterlife observes what's happening here. Okay, and the afterlife is affected by what's happening here. And I also think that right now the afterlife isn't very happy about who's here and what's happening.
Then why isn't it stepped in, Mary? It's had all these thousands of years. Why isn't it stepped in? Where's Jesus? Where are all these amazing beings that are supposed to help us? Why do they say that there's no, like, a non-interference clause?
Because we're our own savior. So the fact that you're stepping out and you're exposing what you're exposing, the fact that I have stepped out and I am exposing what I'm exposing, the fact that other people are stepping out, exposing what they're exposing, eventually more people are going to hear this, because I have just now started opening up to what's going on, because somebody else decided they're going to be their own savior, and they stepped up and they said, I don't care. Right now, I'm supporting someone in that's in the area. I mean, can you even say these words on? I mean, I
can say Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, that's all right. Just as long as,
anyway, I am. But before I agreed to this, to support him, and I pay him. I pay monthly. Just to make sure he's got some money so he can keep doing what he's doing. I thought about what happened in Canada with the truckers and how those people lost their money and stuff. Yeah. And I thought, gee, am I going to be penalized for that happening here? And then I thought, you know what? If I'm going to let fear take over, then it won. And so for me, the only way to be a savior is to do what I would hope other people would do. And so I thought, you know what? I would hope other people wouldn't be fearful over that, and just do it. And I'm glad I did it, because with that money, he's actually trying to get people who are stuck in basements, like old people, reunited with family members who actually didn't have homes blown up. You know what I mean? And they might be a city or two over, but for that, they have to find someone with transportation and that's willing to drive through front lines to get people there.
And didn't you tell me that even the Ukrainians will say that, we're not going to go too crazy on this one, but didn't you tell me that they don't know?
Well,
who's doing it,
now,
right?
Yes, but now the uniforms and the things that are being said. Okay, so the AZOV or the AVOZ, Azov, I think that's the name. They are a force that they're the Nazi people. To where that's what they believe in. And they have actually been in some of these cities bombing civilians. And then what they do is they leave their uniforms behind and they put on civilian clothing and walk out. So that's, some people have found that to where they're like, yes, and all of a sudden it's like they were shooting at us this is a civilian neighborhood, and now they left. Now, supposedly that's not a good government, okay? And that's the government that nobody wants on both ends. So I don't know where they came from, but they're doing a lot of destruction. Yeah. And then there's also people that are military. See, this, I didn't even know this till I started like paying attention to these people. This war's been going on for over 8 years. Did you know that?
I honestly, I really, Mary, I just don't pay attention anymore. So I don't care. I mean, I care, but I don't care.
There's a war that's going on for over 8 years, okay? And all of a sudden now we're blaming another country for it?
Well, yeah. I mean, the man who's in office in America, Mary, had business dealings, apparently. I don't know. I really, like, honestly, Mary, like, I'm at the point where it's like everything's a distraction.
That's my friend who told me that it's a weekly occurrence for the refueling here in our country. Come on. This is, so this has opened up my eyes. However, if it wasn't for other people standing up saying, look at this is wrong, look at that, this is wrong, to the point where I didn't believe them at first. But then the evidence started being like, well, maybe there's something to this. And then it got me looking into it. And now that I've looked into it and I actually found someone who's boots on the ground, my friend's not going to lie to me about this refueling stuff. You know what I mean? And finding other stuff. Now I'm putting the pieces together. So if I'm learning, other people are starting to learn too. And I see this as being a process of, hopefully stopping all this horrible stuff. So maybe the people beyond the veil of this world here are, using your Matrix analogy, giving courage to more people to stand up and say, no, enough's
But where
enough.
were they before, Mary? That's my question. Like, where have they been? Where's Jesus? Where are they?
But maybe part of free will is not to interfere. And as
No.
No.
We got to stop it right there. I'm sorry, because
You
it's
don't think so?
no. That's like one of the big. Honestly, Mary, this is one of my hot button issues.
Okay.
The non-interference clause, as we've like to have been told, is complete bullshit. It's complete, because there are people who go through absolute hell on a day-to-day basis, and they are interfered with entities left and right, up and down, okay? So if all of this evil, all this nastiness can interfere with individuals on a mass scale, okay, it doesn't necessarily mean it's like, on everybody's level, okay? But if those things can occur, especially like things like schizophrenics, okay? Those people, not those people, but, people who experience entity attacks, because that's what schizophrenia is. I dove deep into that and talked to doctors and stuff. Like, it's nothing as presented, okay? So, and we got to be careful about this one. This is another area you got to beat around the bush with. But the point is it's kind of funny how non-interference clauses work only with the good. We have all this evil, all this craziness, but when it comes to good, no. Jesus can't manifest himself behind me right now. He can't, come on.
I give that to you. And yes, I give that to you 100%. However, a lot of people are waiting for the second coming of Jesus, all right? And the first coming of Jesus, wasn't Jesus's role to show us how to find the Christ within us?
Sure.
Wasn't that the role? I mean, he came to show us, to teach us.
At least
and
a
was
message.
Very good, because he found what it was like to become Christ. Good for him. And good that he passed that on. And yes, he was crucified because of it. And that's really horrible. However,
Maybe.
He didn't come to like save what was going on then. He came to show people how they could do it themselves. And so right now, I think it's up to us to be able to show ourselves how to do it ourselves, for us to be our own saviors. You don't think so?
Yeah. Look, the way I see it is the Jesus story, like the Christ within, that can be very powerful and very helpful. The problem is all of the connotations and branches that can be misconstrued as a result of that. Because if, again, like I try to always put I see evil here, okay? I don't wash my hands of it and say, okay, no evil exists. I see the good, I see the bad, and I see what's winning, okay? And then I try to say to myself, like, if I ran this place as a dirty little psychopath, then what am I going to do? I'm going to present it as if I'm going to present myself, or have my minions present itself on my behalf as good and bad.
All right. Well, what about Sodom and Gomorrah? And what about, isn't there Noah with the big flood? Mm-hmm. And wasn't there some other stuff? Like, isn't there like a Moses who parted the Red Seas and all that?
Sure.
Okay. So wasn't that like interference?
No, I believe they interfere. I don't think I think we're again, like, we are not, we don't have home field advantage, Mary. We're playing in their world. This is not our world. We may have.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right about that one.
We don't have home field advantage. We're playing on someone else's turf.
I think it's always been that way. Like you were saying, like Eisenhower was like a horrible man. That was
awful.
When I was, none of us knew that growing up. Okay. And now all that stuff is starting to come out now. So I used to have a saying, well, I still have it. It's on my refrigerator. It says, when nothing changes, nothing changes.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? There's been a lot of changes recently. So a lot of stuff is now starting to change. And I think a lot of people are starting to see things the way I'm starting to see things, the way you're seeing things, where we never saw it this way before. Mm-hmm. So I do see things changing, but yes, I do see where the bad is at the advantage for sure. Okay, most definitely.
Sure, like
who controls the money? That's the whole thing.
Well, that's one part.
The money controls the world, you know, and so we got some weird game playing going on right now. We do.
I mean, like, I mean, money's a big part of it, but where did money come from? Like, who decided to? I think outside sources had it all figured out. Like, just like a lot of the stuff reverts back to Sumerian tablets and all these different things that just magically appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the fucking desert or wherever the hell they were. And then all of a sudden, all these things are just like the basis for our lives now. I mean, just questions I'm asking, almost like they came out of thin air, almost as if like we just went through a realm-wide disaster, or at least regional disasters, and we're just supposed to eat it all up and think that everything's on the up and up. And I'm just not buying it anymore. I'm not. Like, I see history, and even though it's been messed with and twisted and inverted to the high hills, there's a common theme that pops up all the time: suffering, human and animal sacrifice, religion, robbing of sovereignty, poverty, famine. I mean, on and on and on. It's always something that just wants to just grab our sovereignty and not allow us to be ourselves. So, Mary, I guess I'll leave it at this point, because I think it's really.
Well, I agree with you, but by the same token, unless people are aware of the problem, they can't fix the problem.
But that's their problem. That's where I'm at.
That's our problem too.
I'm sorry?
That's also our problem.
It is, but if you can't fix it, what can you do?
I personally can't fix this problem.
No one can. No one can.
And you and me together personally can't fix this problem. But if like 60% of the population joins together, they might be able to fix this problem.
Yeah, I mean, I've thrown that out there, and that's a big if. Like I've put out there that if like over, let's just say 51% of the total population, not just here but in the astral, that are planning to come here and linked within this whole matrix system, were to all of a sudden, hit this big blast wave of awareness that, okay, hey, you're being taken for a ride. Could that overthrow the system? Does majority rule? And maybe can that potentially stop all this mess and have us like just come here for the experience of it all and not be so miserable? And, again, revert back to history. I mean, for the short history that we have, the theme is consistent. It's control.
Well, you're right, because even my pre-existence with the one girl that I was sitting with, and then the other one's just like, what do you want to go back to that place?
She's smart.
It's not like it was ever good, okay?
Yeah. So and you know what? I hate to say it, but she probably ended up back here too. She's like, to me, like that seems, in my opinion, like a matrix zone. Okay, well, let's let Mary and her friends hang out in the park for a while, and then eventually, after they've had some time to chill and relax, we're gonna come to them and present them something to lure them down here. And, for you, it may be like, oh, shit's crazy down there. We need your help, Mary. Or they may say, oh, well, I've seen cases where this is the sickest thing ever. I saw a case where a person astral projected and helped get someone back down on Earth because their daughter was having a problem. And so they're like, oh, well, you got to get down back into the, to see your daughter because she's having all these problems. Meanwhile, logic dictates that you come here with the veil of forgetfulness. The daughter's not going to fucking know that you are the baby of this person, that you were the previous father of. It's just not going to happen. And just because she's having a rough time at life doesn't mean that you're going to be born and then all of a sudden everything's going to be hunky-dory and roses and unicorns and pixie dust and all that crap. It's just, there's all sorts of crazy stuff and manipulation tactics that are used to try and get us to come back here. And I think really that where the rubber meets the road is this. We all need to make a decision. At the end of the day, when we are on our deathbed, at the time of natural death, we need to say, are we just going to go along with the show? Are we just going to follow who we think are our parents, who we think are our dogs, who we think are our cats, who we think are pets, anything, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, you roll out the red carpet of everything and everything. Are we just going to blindly trust that these beings are who they say they are? And just go. Are we just going to go to the light and not think twice about it and not say, hey, ho, back up the truck. I'm protecting myself and I will make a decision when I'm ready. At a bare minimum, I think even that's dangerous. I'm being honest. I think even hanging around this place is dangerous.
That though.
Well, that's why I'm not going to hang around. I'm done with this place. My work, as soon as this meat suit is done, I'm out of here. That's it. Like,
okay, because there's people that are still earthbound.
That's their problem. That's their problem, not my problem.
they're the ones who said, I'm not going out. I'm sticking around here.
That's their problem. That's their problem. I'm not saving shit. I'm here right now. I'm just talking to people right now. Like, hey, I see a scam and that's it. I see something's rotten in Denmark and whatever people want. Once my corpse is, in the crematorium, that's it. Goodbye. These videos are all that'll be left off. But I mean, seriously, like the way I see it is this: we need to, or at least I need to. Okay, this is my plan. I mentioned it before, but I'll just reiterate it.
Okay.
So when I realized the first millisecond that I realized I'm outside of my body and I'm dead, the first thing I'm doing is shielding myself. I'm a creator being, you're a creator being, everyone's a creator being, okay? I shield myself. No capability of being infiltrated. That means no auditory, verbal, or telepathic communication. Nothing. You can't even see me. I have basically an invincibility cloak that nothing can interfere with me. Okay, so that means I am disconnecting myself. I'm standing up for myself and not allowing outside forces to mess with me in any way, shape, or form. Okay, next step would be to essentially set my intention. Again, we're creator beings. My intention is to regain all of my memories that I have had lost and set forth a path that is instantaneous with my intention to my own realm that is impenetrable, incapable of being infiltrated in any way, shape, or form outside of this entire matrix. I just want to be pure existence. Okay, I don't need beaches. I don't need oceans. I don't need palm trees. I don't need any of this crap. All I want to do is just be in a protective bubble that is guaranteed to be outside of this matrix. And then I'll figure out what the hell I'm going to do from there. That's it. That's it. That's it. Well, and then if I want to go, screw myself up and head back to Earth, all right.
At that point, once you figure out what you want to do, why don't you try to look me up, and then we can sit down and we compare notes once we're there. Okay?
Well, I mean, look, if you're hanging around here, I'm going to be a little worried, Mary.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Just try to find me, and we'll compare notes. You want to take a little minute so I could?
Yeah. Let's take a break. Yeah, we've been going for a while. All right. Take a 5 minutes. We'll be back in a minute. Thank you, everybody. Just waiting on Mary, my friends. Shouldn't be much longer. Boom, 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 boom. Good girl. Where's Mary? Where's Mary? Shouldn't be much longer. Just waiting in there. All right, Mary, you over there? So I think I'll head back in and we'll wait for Mary. Shoot the shit with you. Alrighty. Okay. Thank you very much for your patience, my friends. Alrighty. So. Okay, so I hope you've enjoyed the interview so far. It's been an interesting discussion and lots to take in, right? I mean, we've been going a while. Oh, wow. 4.5 hours. I didn't think we've been going that long. For some reason, I thought it was like 3 hours. Okay, so yeah. Maybe Mary passed out. We'll see. But yeah, it's great that she has shared as much as she has, and I appreciate Mary very much. Could use more cowbell. I agree, Michael. That would be definitely preferable. It's a shame we are lacking cowbell in 2022, Jimmy. I want to give a big shout out to Jimmy for all his help tonight, as always. Appreciate you, brother, very much. All right. Let's see. I'm going to butcher this name. Why do you think we have to go naturally? Nabezizai, I'm sorry. Why do you think we have to go naturally? I'm going to leave that one for you to figure out. I am not going to go there. I think everyone needs to take as much time as possible while they're here to basically give themselves the maximum amount of time. Because time exists here, doesn't exist out there, but why not have the most amount of time allotted to your exit? That's my opinion on it. And I feel very, very strongly about it. So, and, you know, that in my opinion is the answer. There are some people that don't like that, but that's a, you know, it's not my problem. Again, I'm not a mental health counselor. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a doctor. And if anything ever has got you thinking in terms of suicide or leaving here, then again, I am not a qualified doctor, and I again recommend everybody who's in that position to seek a qualified practitioner, and that's a legal disclaimer. So Please, please, please take care of yourself. Do what you need to do for you, and respect the position I'm in. And that's all I can really say on the issue. This channel is for entertainment purposes only. Legal disclaimer, okay? If some of you saw the emails I got, you'd understand. Anyways, Abstract Angel says, question, Mary, do you see the evil in control of this realm world? That's a great question. I will forward that to Mary as soon as she comes back. Oh, Mary, if you could unmute. I didn't know you were back. You're muted. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were there. Yes, be your own guru.
Oh, no,
hey, Mary.
Yes, yes, I do see the evil, and yes, I even on my channel, which just has only been around and has a few subscribers. There's some troubled people that my heart goes out to. So those who have written me, I've tried to help point them in the right direction to get some help.
So you get that too?
Yeah.
I get it all the time.
I was really surprised, especially on my video about life after death. Actually pulled out a lot of people who were, I posted it so people would know not to fear, but instead it pulled out some people who were actually contemplating it. So, yeah. So anyway, I'm glad that, you know, quite frankly, I think when it's your time to go, you're going to go. So you might, those who are desperate, they might do something stupid and make their situation even worse than it is now. So that's where I recommend help instead of trying to give up.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm not even going to expand on that. I agree. So we'll just leave it at that.
For your person that asked about the evil, Mark Moss has a YouTube channel, and he did this video just recently on secret government. And he came up, this is my version of it, but it's a triangle. Who's at the top? And we're down here. Okay. So pretty much from here all the way up is, yeah, major problems to those asking to join the evil. But identifying them I thought was pretty interesting because he actually put who's where on this list. And I thought that was cool. And he used a quote about who controls, hey, girl, stop it. Who controls the food, controls the people. Who controls the energy, controls whole continents, and who controls money, controls the world. So, yes, to answer your question, I am being more aware these days every day. All right, come on, girls.
That's good, Mary. That's good. Yeah, the pyramid. We disavow the pyramid around here, but symbolism that comes with this place. But yeah.
From what I understand, YouTube is allowing a lot of stuff that other sites are not allowing. And that's according to some other YouTube people talking about how they're no longer on a lot of sites because they're not allowed to be there anymore.
Yeah, no, it's that's the way it is. It's that's why, like, there was certain topics that came up during our conversation. I was like, okay, we got to kind of back away from it because, in my opinion, the only reason I continue here is because these are where you're going to get the most amount of listeners. That's just the bottom line. I've signed up for Odyssey, I've signed up for BitChute and all this other crap, and you're just not going to get the word out like you do here. That's just the bottom line. And people say, "Oh, you're gonna go to..." No, it just is what it is. This has been around. I've been on YouTube before 2006, before I even created an account. I think it was late 2005 or early 2000s, something around there. And it just is what it is. Like, people have been here forever and they don't want to look on other platforms. And, I know we will maybe, veer off in paths on this, Mary, but, in my opinion, there's no more important truth than explaining the whole soul trap process and how this all works against us and how we need to stand up for ourselves. But that's the only reason I'm here. And go to this, we'll go to BitChute, go to this one, go to that. Well, you know what? No one's going to show up. No one's going to show up. I've tried. I've been on 4 different things. Nobody shows up. This is where it's at. So I've made a choice to deal with the bullshit. And that's it. That's it. Like, I've been around long enough here that I know what flies and what doesn't, and that's it. So, I mean, yeah, but fucking BitChute, you can't even upload a damn video. You know how many times I tried uploading a video on there, and then I say, fuck it. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna spend, refresh it and keep trying and trying and trying and trying and trying. No, enough. Just, YouTube is what it is. This is where people show up.
Well, this is the only site that I'm on, and I like it. But I've only been on here for a couple months.
Really? Only a couple months?
Yeah, I started like just the beginning of this year.
Wow.
That's why I'm surprised. One of my very first videos was Life After Death.
Good for you.
Because sometimes, maybe it's part of the matrix or whatever, but when something prompts me, I feel I have to do it. So I did. And I thought, well, I got to get that out. And then just the other day, I prompted where I'm at peace with all this chaos.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my latest one. And I've already gotten comments and views and stuff where I was really surprised. But I talk about 3 things. My friend, what he's seeing with the refueling, the pyramid that I found on the other guy's channel, and what I'm seeing by my support on boots on the ground, okay, and how they all tie together. And a lot of other people are seeing the same thing. And that's what's amazing is a lot of people are on the same page. So you brought it up earlier where, people are on different levels. I'm using my own wording here. And some people are seeing things and some people just are blind. And no matter what you do, they're going to stay blind. And so basically, I'm hoping that 60% eyes open happens. Now, I was one of the blind ones because I did not know about any of this as of, pretty recently, actually. But I think the recent lockdowns where I started doing a lot of investigating what is really happening here, because none of it made any sense to me. I'm not alone. I think a lot of other people did that too. Yeah. And so maybe that was an intervention. Maybe that whole situation where everything was shut down forced a lot of people to start questioning. And so when you start questioning, you start looking for answers. And it's strangely, we all seem to be finding a lot of the same answers. So, it's all coming out. I just hope it happens smoothly and gently, and that Guantanamo Bay gets filled up really fast. But why that hasn't happened, I don't know.
I mean, when I think about the bullshit I fell for, I didn't fall for Snowden, but I fell for Assange and WikiLeaks. I fell for all that bullshit. All crap. All controlled releases.
That wasn't true?
Oh, no. Like, a lot of the stuff I think they put out is true, but it's controlled truth.
Oh,
Controlled releases. Snowden, controlled truth.
and
That Manning character,
look what
controlled
country
release.
Yeah, but look what country he ended up in.
That's what they tell you. That's what they tell us. Who's to say he's not fucking living it up in a goddamn chalet in the middle of nowhere with a butler in a 6-course meal 3 times a day?
Well, that's the guy who had an island who got killed in when he was in jail. That's the guy.
Yeah, sure.
That's what happened to him.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like once you realize they lie to you about all these other things, what do you? We're gonna pick and choose what's truth and what's not. I mean, the whole thing. Yeah, of course, in the know. Exactly, he is absolutely. No, the whole Snowden thing is complete garbage. Complete garbage.
Well, I haven't looked into that one.
All those things I just mentioned are garbage. They're all complete garbage.
Then why even bring it out?
Because it gives people like the hero complex, it's everything's about the savior complex. Well, this one does that, this one does that. Oh my God, we've got someone on our side. Okay, here's a distraction. All right, well, we're just jamming it up your fucking ass every way to Sunday. That's what they do. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be too vile. I'm sorry, Mary. But that's what they do.
I just try to see the good in everything. Okay?
Well, that's then okay.
It just gives me hope. All right.
See the good in you, the good in you, and the good in your surroundings. That's what I try to do. I try to look at the good in my immediate area, not in the imaginary news that tries to convince me that there's good. Or tries to win me over that it's good. And then it plows all this nastiness behind it. Like, I think there was a study, I forgot, this was years ago I looked into it, but it was like something 95% of the news is negative. And then I think, please don't quote, fact checkers out there, don't quote me on this, but it's something like 95% of the stories that come out are negative. And then what they do is they give you that token last story at the end of the story. A doe deer is reunited with its child, with his mother and father, after a long cold winter of harsh environment, and then all of a sudden they get to eat off this sugar stick, and it's incredible, and you should all be happy. And then immediately murder, rape, pillage, and like they just come. I mean, that's what they do. I mean, it's like that's what the news is.
There's segments out here where they have like positive news, and I gotta tell you, it's so boring. Nobody wants to listen to it. So,
well, see, that's because they're desensitized, Mary. That's how it works. They desensitize everybody.
Well, all I know is I know that people are media and what they're reporting. They want viewers. Because viewers pay for the advertising, which pays the money to keep the lights on, blah, 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 blah. So if nobody wants to watch the good news, then I guess they have to sensationalize it. But what I object to is there is a lot of news that should be coming out that nobody's talking about. And that's unfortunate because to report only part of the truth, even if they are saying and I'm not saying what they're saying is true, but even let's just assume they are.
It's all true. Every last bit of it.
Okay, but just assume they're only reporting a small part of it. Well, that's still not good because you need the whole truth. So I like alternative news. Now, unfortunately, some people posting on alternative news, they have ulterior motives for what they're posting. And now you got to be careful.
It's just alternative bullshit. That's what I call it. I mean, it's just alternative bullshit because I think they just couldn't.
I like.
I'm sorry, Mary.
YouTube is free, okay? So in my situation, being that I'm retired and I have some time, I don't have to worry. But some people, they're making a living off of YouTube, so good for them. But sometimes they get carried away on the stuff they post just to make sure that they're posting stuff, and that's not good, because then I unsubscribe from them right away when I start noticing something weird. But I like YouTube because it gives options for people who don't have an ulterior motive to be able to speak out. So I know what I'm trying to, just like you said, if you find something that there's a discrepancy that you posted before, you pull it right away. That's good. But one thing I did notice, this recent one that I put out, the Peace Among the Chaos, I did it, okay? But it wouldn't upload. It wouldn't come off my phone. It would not. And I tried it for 4 days, okay? And then all of a sudden I talked to my friend, and he told me about how he's seeing this weekly occurrence. And then I also saw what with the triangle and all that information, so it actually had more. So then I did the same video all over again, except this time I included the weekly and I included the triangle, okay? And I did 2 of them, because one of them it cut off because of my storage, even though I took it. And then the other one, so I got rid of some old videos, and then I thought, well, I didn't record it, so I did it all over again. And do you know, it uploaded both of those 2 videos like within like a half an hour. And you know how long it takes to upload stuff here on YouTube. I couldn't believe it. Number one, my phone transferred it over like that. It was like, what? 2 files uploaded at the same time? Damn. And then all of a sudden YouTube accepted it like immediately. I thought, what the heck is this? So I'm thinking there's a higher power that is protecting me, because what I am supposed to be saying, I'm saying.
What if it's you? What if it's you?
I'm sure it is. I'm sure I'm creating it. But what's really weird was I just gave up on reporting the peace, how to stay peaceful among the chaos. And I was driving home, and all of a sudden someone said, you got to do it. I mean, in my head, it's like, you got to do that video today. I mean, you just got to do it. So I thought, great. Came in the house, sat down, took out my phone, did the video, and then went and did what I should have been doing. And I mean, but it was that quick that it happened, and it uploaded. So I do think that there are beyond the veil influences promoting where they can, influencing where they can, interfering where they can, for those who are receptive to try to bring about what they can. And I just hope that it's, you know, like I said, it's a peaceful resolution. Because those in control right now, they're not going to go easy.
Well, they got everything behind them. They got underground bunkers, they got weapons, they got armies, they got electronics, they got AI, they got everything, they got computers, they've got bulletproof glass, they've got everything and anything. They got us destroyed. That's why I say, who cares? Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. You, me, Mary, we can't go out there and stop this crap. So don't consume it. Whatever's happening out there, look, everything that's happening is in this experience right now, Mary. That's the way I look at it. I do not, this sounds harsh because I do care, but I don't care anymore. I am at the point where I have been so bamboozled throughout my entire life with this garbage that they want me to believe. They want me to believe something that I am not present for, I am not near, I have nothing to do with. I am here in my own bubble, and I travel around in my little bubble cart around with my truck, and I go to my bubble areas, and then I come back and rebubble in my house, and that's it. And I come on YouTube, and I bubble around here, and that's it. That's it. I have nothing to do with Ukraine. I had nothing to do with Iraq or Afghanistan or the bullshit that happened in New York City when I was, 50 miles away from it. All this stuff that happens. I had nothing to do with it. It wasn't in my vernacular. But if I turned on the TV or I turned on the news, click the website, all of a sudden I have something to do with it. All of a sudden I'm invested in it. And I say, fuck it all. Fuck it all.
Okay, I understand, yes, but
If we could do something, it would be different, right, Mary?
well,
What can we
here's
do?
the problem, and I agree with you 100%, but here's the problem that I have, because I'm very good at living in my bubble. I mean, I got my doggies here.
Yeah.
I got my
That's
yard.
what matters. That's what
I got all
matters.
kinds of stuff
That's
to,
your
like,
happy place, Mary.
I do. But as soon as I go out and I go shopping or run into someone, the fear and the concern and the trauma, okay, that people have,
Mhm.
it punctures my bubble. And so I try to do whatever I can. And so the last time I was at the store, and the lady was just like, yeah, I could tell she was uptight. I'm sensitive to that.
Mhm.
So I told her, I said, no, you know what I started doing? She looked, because I was buying all kinds of stuff in there. She's like, look at it. I go, yeah, no. I go, you know what I started doing? I says, I decided to be contrary. So anything I hear, I'm going to do the opposite. And you know what? I've been pretty happy about the whole thing. And she just looked at me, I mean, like it hit her like you're not buying it. Okay. And that's really what I was saying. But I said it in such a way is to like, don't let it get to you. Okay.
Good.
Just
Good.
and so to me, I personally can't sit by and see suffering.
That's the
Maybe-
way I felt, Mary. I hear you, but this is the biggest realization I had. Like, I'm 40 years old, and I just realized, like, what can I do?
You can only be your own savior.
Boom.
And when you see someone in trouble, extend a hand out and give a kind gesture. That, to me, is really the only thing that really can be done.
Sure, that's awesome. I like that. I like that a lot, Mary. Like, I meet people in the park all the time. I go for these hikes and, we shoot the shit, have deep conversations, or they're just matrix drones and I move on. But, but if sometimes you can connect with people, but the point is we're talking about internet. We're talking about, TV and news, and like one of the best things I ever did was a few years back. Like, YouTube has this awesome feature, and I highly, highly, highly recommend everyone listening here take note of this, please. They have the best feature ever, and it took them a lot of years to put it out there. But you can, now the thing is, it depends what screen you're on. But if you're on the home screen of YouTube, like the main page, whether it's on your mobile
Design
or
studio?
I'm sorry?
Like it is, where you're at your design studio?
Well,
or you-
no, not YouTube Studio, but anyone who just has a YouTube account, you're logged in, okay? And you know how you
so
get
you're
recommended
actually not-
bullshit?
Okay.
Yeah, like you can right click. I think it's like, let me take a look here. Hold on. Yeah, you can right click. It's 3 dots. So say you got the home screen. You can click don't recommend. How do I do this here? Let's hopefully that'll work. Don't recommend channel. Not interested. Use
I didn't
that
even
shit.
know that.
Use that shit.
I didn't even know that. But I
Don't
will.
recommend channel. I have not gotten a piece of mainstream news in forever. Once in a while, some bullshit like subsidiary of NBC or Fox or all these little bullshit mini stations, all of a sudden, like, I haven't been, this is basically my interpretation of what happens. YouTube says, holy shit, he hasn't watched YouTube he hasn't watched mainstream news in months. We must get him right now. And then all of a sudden they like put Fox News of Montana or, Fox News of Wisconsin or ABC of Washington State, and that's what they do. They try and
Well, I haven't seen that. What I have seen, however, is like if I'm looking for something specific, and YouTube's a great place for it. All of a sudden, YouTube, I'll find a couple videos and watch a couple of them, and then the next thing I know, next time I turn in,
then
there's
you're
a
done.
whole bunch of
You're
them.
done.
But if I don't click them on, they go away. So I think it's just part of their marketing.
I got a fix for that. I'm telling you, I've been on YouTube for a long ass time. You know what the solution is? What you do is after you say you can't help yourself. I've got to watch that mainstream news video, which, I'm a little bit of a sucker once in a while. Some bullshit pops up and it sucks me in, but that's what it does. That's the design. It wants to do that. Well, here is the secret. Okay. What you do is, here's Mary.
Yeah, I was saying, that looks like
right there. Interview with Mary.
Oh yeah, that's my latest update.
Yeah, right there. There she is. Well, you know what? Bye, Mary. I smash that shit and hit remove. Boom. But you take that shit right out of your history. You don't want to let that history simmer. That's the problem. Remove it so you can watch if you get sucked in by a little mainstream bullshit every once in a while. It's okay.
No,
But make sure you go to your history and remove it from your watch list right away. And never, ever, ever, ever hit the like button or the dislike or dislike button. Never, ever. And don't ever comment. None. Those are the golden rules. Don't ever engage. No like, no dislike, no comment.
I'll like and I'll comment. Oh my gosh.
He removed it. The horror. I'm telling you, it works.
No, I like when they send me that stuff. I appreciate it. Even when I go shopping. And if I'm online shopping for something, it's the same algorithm. It's, it's like, oh, she was looking for shoes. Oh, let's just send her 7,000 sites.
There you go.
But no, I like that. I like that because I've actually found some really good shoes by doing that.
Mary. No, that's the point. You say no. Like I put permissions. No microphone, no camera, nothing. Nothing. You get very little from me. YouTube is lucky that they get my camera permission, but even then, like I always shut it off, and then every time I use it, I go back and turn it back on manually. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, I can't it's not showing my video. What the fuck is going on? And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh yeah, it was my fault for taking the permission away. Anyways, all right, we've been rambling for a while.
Yeah. Starting to get dark over here.
You gonna start howling, Mary?
Yeah, probably. I don't know if it's a full moon, but why not? No, but I am looking forward to having some dinner. I think that would be good.
All right, yes.
Popcorn, but
yeah, we've only been going 5 hours, Mary. Jeez.
Oh, really? That's it. Wow.
You can't even hang in there. Jeez.
Stop.
5 hours.
I'm a lightweight.
All right, Mary, it's been a pleasure. I really appreciate you coming on tonight.
Yeah, now you were going to tell me what the book is for the Tibetan.
Yes. Yeah, you got a good memory over there. All right. It's Self-Liberation Through Seeing with Naked Awareness.
I am going to Google it now.
You can actually find...
Seeing with naked okay.
Yeah, you can find this book. I believe someone read it on YouTube.
Oh, good.
You may be able to find the audiobook of this, but I swear this book has got a lot in there. I tabbed the shit out of it. But it's a good book. I highly recommend it.
I'm going to pull it up right
now. Self-empowering. So it's, again, self-liberation through seeing with naked awareness.
Okay,
Self-liberation.
Self-liberation.
Through seeing with naked
through Say. Well, I just got self-liberation through Say. Let's see what pops up
With
there.
naked awareness. Yep.
It's right here. 2 years ago, it got posted.
Yeah. And I know you can find the PDF. I mean, I always prefer paper or hardcover books. I mean, I'm just like that, but I know you can find the
Oh no, but you know what else is popping up now that I'm here? The near-death commentary with Mary, Mind Wipe. I guess that's
what was it?
I don't know.
That's not you. That's another Mary. I knew that was gonna happen.
No, because that was 9 days ago.
Yeah.
One near-death experience. A bunch of your stuff is popping up when I look for that video.
Really? For the self-liberation book?
Yeah, I just went there.
That's cool.
Put it up. I put save to watch later. So when I go to bed tonight, I'll click it on and listen to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like my bedtime stories.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'd you know, when you get a chance, also listen to more of the series I did with Wayne Bush. There's a lot there. What I'm gonna do is pop up Mary's YouTube channel. So if you want to check out Mary, feel free to head on over there. And I'm also going to pop up her book in the chat. And if you're watching the replay, please head to the description tab of the video, where you will find a section that says where to find Mary, and her YouTube channel is linked, as well as her book link. And Mary, I would like to give you a big thank you for hanging in there. And this went a lot longer than I thought, but you know, that's kind of what happens around here. We just kind of get sucked into this.
I got a question on the book, because I sent you like my proof for the publisher.
Sure.
What did you find my book?
Yeah, you emailed it to me. But you remember you told me the name of it, and then I went to Amazon and found it, and people can buy it on Amazon. So I left the link for people to, if they want to buy it, they can go to the Amazon link. Oh, we can't hear you again, Mary. Hello? Now we hear the dogs. That's good.
Okay, good. No, because my book's on Amazon, so I didn't know if that's what you had as
Yeah, I left the Amazon link. Yep.
You did?
Yep.
That is so sweet of you.
Of course, of course.
Wow.
Come on.
Okay, great.
Yeah, they have there's the PDF and the paperback link. So anyone that would like to purchase your book is more than welcome. And then also check out Mary's YouTube channel. She's got some great videos on there, and highly recommend subscribing, hitting the bell. And I think just really quickly to kind of wrap things up, Dan from the Overwatch channel is coming on. Our buddy Dan is coming on tomorrow. That will be Sunday, April 3rd. We're still trying to pan out a time, but it'll probably be sometime between 4 and 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's Dan from Overwatch tomorrow, April 3rd, 2022, between 4 and 5 p.m. Eastern. That could change. So my suggestion would be to check the home section of the channel, and if that changes, I'll also probably post an announcement as well. Always look forward to having Dan on the channel, and we're going to get into some interesting things, so really looking forward to that. Also, given kind of what happened recently with the channel and that video I did about the person who will remain unnamed, I would suggest considering signing up for the backup channels 2 and 3 on YouTube. And then I also have an Odyssey channel and a D Live channel. I am looking into a Rumble channel, and I do have a BitChute that I've never been able to upload to, but Dan actually told me that I could somehow mirror my channel. So if I can do that, I will do it. But I had nothing but problems over there. And, they just happen to be conveniently down the street from MI5. Just saying. Anyways, so or MI6, whatever the fuck it is. Anyways, that's it. I'm gonna leave it at that. Much love and blessings to y'all. Mary, thank you again. Very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Very much appreciated.
We will talk again, I'm sure.
We
Thank
will.
you.
Thank you,
to
sis.
your listeners who muddled through all this.
Hey, yeah, they're used to it. Trust me. We're all used to it. We go power sessions here.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to sign off. So goodbye.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. Take care. Have a good night. Thank you.
You too.
All right, my friends. Much love and blessings. We'll see y'all. If anyone wants to head over to the Discord chat, maybe Jimmy can pop up a link. And Jimmy, thank you again for everything you did tonight. Feel free to pop up the server link if anyone wants to join in the after chat discussion. I may pop in there briefly. And yeah, it's been a great show. You know, I know we kind of this is what it's all about, right? It's all about getting experience or data, and talking. And you know, my hope is that Mary, you know, eventually sees what I'm trying to convey and what everyone here kind of sees. And but you know what? Like, I respect Mary. I love her to death. She's a sweet, sweet woman. And we had some amazing, amazing conversations even before this. And I value her. I care about her. And it was a pleasure to talk with her. It really was. But we all have our paths, right? And if it wasn't for the experience or data that we have access to, I know for me personally, I doubt I would have gotten here. I really do. But that's because I'm thinking in the terms of my analytical brain, that I need patterns. I need data. I need things to cross over. And that's how this whole thing unraveled for me personally. Now, you know, maybe if I was some shaman in the fucking Himalayas or something, maybe things would have came up differently. I don't know. But all I can base things off of are my life, my experience in this moment, just like everyone else can. And we are extremely privileged to have access to such information in this time, in this moment, over these many years. And even though that's kind of closing in on us, we still got to appreciate that, right, guys? We got to be thankful. Otherwise, we could end up back here in this bullshit another lifetime, right? So that's how you got to look at it. That's the best comparison I can really throw out there. So I will see some of you in the Discord chat after. And thank you so much. It's really been great. And thank you again to Mary for spending so much time with us. And I'll see y'all again real soon. I'll see you tomorrow. Dan from Overwatch Project returns. Thank you.